Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we have a very tight schedule today, and so we'll move straight away to item 5. Item 5 on the order paper, which deals with correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We'll commence with the correction of votes and proceedings of the 14th sitting, dated Wednesday, 3rd July 2024. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9. Honorable members, yes? Yes, page 9.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, page 9, item number 6, message from the chair, your good self. Mr. Speaker, I know this is a summary of what you read to us yesterday, but I thought that the important piece of information about the appointment of the former majority leader, Honourable Osei Mensah-Bonsu, as our leader on the NCSL, I thought that at least that piece of information should have been captured, but that has been omitted. So if that could be considered.
Yes, I also think that it should come out clearly that is the one I directed, and with your indulgence, he will be, together with one of our senior staff, representing us in the Council of the National Conference of State Legislatures. He's been with me since 2002, 2003 as a deputy whip then, when I was minority leader. So he has quite a good knowledge of the workings, and I believe that he could, in the short time that is left for him, represent us effectively. And then we can transit to another person. So it should reflect there that he is together with a senior staff to represent us there. Thank you so much. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Yes, page 16.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I noticed that it starts from page 15 all the way to page 16. Mr. Speaker, it relates to the resolution this House passed. Mr. Speaker, if you look at item number 16 on page 16, what has been quoted here is a direct lift from the Constitution, Article 75(2). But we need your guidance. What we have here is Article 75. I don't know if that will suffice, or we should be more specific and quote 75(2), since that's what has been lifted from the Constitution, just to be precise. This being a House of Record, but the Speaker, we are in your hands.
Honorable Member, I think this rendition is sufficient because first you need to refer to the sub-clause that also talks about the authority for the President to execute. And so once that is captured here, it goes beyond just 75(2). It includes 75(1) because of that authority. So to refer to the whole article, Article 75, I think that is the best option, and I think they've done it well. So you should let it stay as that. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 14th sitting, dated Wednesday, 3rd July 2024, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. We will now move on to questions. So that is item 6. We will start with the urgent questions. During the course of that, I will crave your indulgence to go and perform another duty somewhere, and the first deputy speaker will take over the chair. So please, we'll start with urgent questions. I'll be back to continue with business in the afternoon. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have not seen the minister. Good. He's properly seated now. So we start with urgent questions
it's okay.
at page 3 of the order paper. A, by the Member of Parliament for Asukwa, Honorable Ms. Patricia Appiagyei. Please, it's your turn now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to seek your permission to allow the permit to the Deputy Minister.
It's the Minister of State.
Okay,
Deputy Minister. Yes.
Mr. Deputy Minister.
Deputy Minister, yes. He's here to be vetted.
To answer the question, because the substantive minister is not available at this time. He's engaged in an equally busy schedule.
Did I hear you well?
Pardon?
Did you say that the substantive minister has a busy schedule?
You, because he's asked permission to attend to a very urgent issue. It is actually an urgent, equally important issue.
Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we ordinarily not have a problem, but the Deputy Minister that we are seeking permission for is already seated on the advice of the former Deputy Majority Leader who should know better. I was telling him, please wait. Let the Deputy Majority Leader make the application, and once it's approved, you can come. I heard the former Deputy Majority Leader, sit down, it's no problem, sit down. I heard you. Usurping the authority of the Speaker. Please, this is not how it is done. You normally sit, once the approval is given, then you can come. You were not giving the right advice.
Yes, Honorable former Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that my Deputy Minority Leader is pulling me into this conversation. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Majority Leader was on her feet seeking your permission for the Minister or the Deputy Minister to answer questions. And the Deputy Minority Leader is quoting me. Mr. Speaker, as if I was put on record, quoting me that I'm the one directing affairs of your chamber. Mr. Speaker, I think that is an impunity on my integrity. Deputy Minority Leader, I don't remember being on my feet, speaking into the mic, directing anybody in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. So Mr. Speaker, so I crave your indulgence to espouse, and that of the table office, to espouse everything that the Deputy Minority Leader has stated on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I haven't been on my feet. This is the first time I'm on my feet today. And I haven't spoken into the mic and I haven't given, Mr. Speaker, this is your chamber. But I think that, let the Hansa capture that. Deputy Minority, if we were to pick every side statement and conversation, Mr. Speaker, if we should be taking notes and reporting same on whispers and statements of other members on the floor to be part of our proceedings, Mr. Speaker, then we'll have a very bulky one. So, Deputy Minority Leader, I think the Deputy Minister is in a hurry to answer your questions, to answer the questions that have been posed to the Minister, and the Deputy Majority Leader is actually seeking permission for him to sit. And that is exactly what transpired in the chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I beg your pardon. Please retract. Deputy Minority Leader, I
Madam Speaker, because of the busy schedule, as I would have called for a video evidence of her gestures. It was clear, but I think I'll let it go. And I ask that we allow the Deputy Minister to answer the questions.
Yes, Deputy Minister, you are welcome. But let it be known that reasons for the absence of ministers from Parliament, particularly when they are summoned to appear before the House, must be so weighty. There is no other equally important business to the business of the people. That is the business of Parliament. That is the highest business that we have all sworn an oath to perform. So there is no equally important business to that one. All other businesses are subsumed under that, and they are inferior to that. But there are some exceptional circumstances. For example, if the minister is unable to attend, either by virtue of the minister being absent from the jurisdiction or taking ill, or there is an emergency which the person has to attend to, those are exceptional circumstances we can take into consideration, but not any other equally important business. That one, we should be told what it is to be equally important to the business of the people. If we are told, for example, that he's been summoned by His Excellency the President, that is something we can consider. We can consider. We are not bound, but we can consider that. Okay? I'm not compelling you to tell me today. It's just to guide the House. Yes, so you may now ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I think the clarification is right. Actually, the minister has been summoned by the President, and I should have put it in that way. And I thank you for the clarification. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to ask the Minister for Energy the state of the rural electrification interventions made by the government since 2017.
Yes. Yes. It's quite relevant because we'll be using old figures. And so give us a current state. And I'm sure you'll be able to answer the follow-up questions. First Deputy to take the chair.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the government of Ghana initiated the National Electrification Scheme in 1989 as its principal policy to extend the reach of reliable electricity supply to all parts of the country over a 30-year period. The National Electrification Scheme was designed to accelerate socio-economic development across the country, thereby alleviating poverty, especially in rural areas, improve standards of living, create jobs, and enhance activities in other sectors of the economy. As part of government interventions made under the scheme from the year 2017 to date, the ministry has implemented a number of projects with various funding arrangements, including central budget and donor support through grants, concessional funding, and other loans. Right Honourable Speaker, these projects include the $103 million ICBC GOG funding, with 582 communities benefiting in the Ashanti, Eastern, Western, and Volta regions, of which 157 57 of them are completed, and 425 of them are ongoing. We also have the 92 million US dollars ICBC GOG funding projects in the northern region, of which 349 communities have benefited, and all 349 are completed. We have the 350 million US Exim Bank GOG facility benefiting the Western, Central, and Bono regions, with 1,480 communities benefiting from this project, and all 1,480 projects have been completed. We have a 50 million US dollars EcoBank facility benefiting the northern, northeast, and Savannah regions, with 208 communities, and all 208 projects have been completed. In total, Mr. Speaker, the number of communities impacted by these projects is 2,619, of which 2,194 have been completed, and 425 of them are ongoing projects. Right Honourable Speaker, as of December 2016, the electrification access was 83.24% across the country, and the ministry, through these projects, has, between January 2017 to the end of the second quarter of 2024, electrified a total number of 202,589 communities, of which 395 communities were electrified through GOG funds under the SHEF program. Currently, Right Honourable Speaker, the electrification of these communities has contributed to increase electricity access to 88.85% across the country. Right Honourable Speaker, in the year 2017, 587 communities benefited from the Rural Electrification, National Electrification Scheme. In 2018, 278. In 2019, 445. 2020, 388. 2021, 279. 2022, 354. 2023, 207. And 2024, 51. And of course, 2024 projects are still ongoing. Right Honourable Speaker, we still have upcoming electrification projects across the country, and all 16 regions have been earmarked to benefit from these projects. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, to achieve universal access to electricity, the government is committed to intensifying the electrification program through the use of technologies such as mini-grids and off-grid standalone systems to ensure that all regions of the country attain 90% of or above electrification rate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Where is the questioner? Well, let me give her the opportunity to do the follow-up before. Very well. Let me start from the back. Welcome to you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister, from the answers that he has given, what is the percentage increase in access to electricity that the government has added since 2017?
Yes, you have that detail.
Right, Honourable Speaker, as at 2016, the percentage access was 83.24%. It currently stands at 88.85%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to know from the minister why the re-electrification that was started before 2017 has been abandoned, especially some of them are in my constituency, Afofio, Krum, Yambechere, Kantamanto, and all that. Why has those ones been abandoned?
Right, Mr. Speaker, no project has been abandoned under the National Electrification Scheme. And as my Honorable Speaker, my answer pointed out, we have completed projects and we have projects that are ongoing. And depending on availability of material and complementary material, we make sure that we complete ongoing projects and then we start new ones as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister whether Lower Manya is part of those communities that have been, have benefited from rural electrification. That reflects, that has, led to the increase from 83 to 88.
Honorable, you mentioned the communities.
Yeah.
If Lower Manya were in it, you would have heard it. If you didn't hear it, it means there's not in
then
it.
I'll have.
Sorry? Please change your question.
Mr. Speaker, run up to the publication of the tracker by the current government, it was indicated that communities in Lower Manya that I know were supposed to benefit from rural electrification under the previous government, for which they were not continued, were quoted as had been completed. Oh, please. Yes, in the tracker, if you go on the tracker, they've indicated that those communities, about 40 of them, have been connected to the national grid. My question is that, why? Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the minister that those communities, whether they form part of those you are talking about, therefore, that led to the increase from 83 to 88.
Remember, you may need your own question so that, because you have mentioned communities, they are not in it, so I don't think that it is fair to ask him to go and look for it now.
Okay.
You may file your own question.
Let me find out.
Let me give it to another person. Yes, Honorable Kujet.
I'm going to Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Minister has indicated that we have moved from 83% to 88%. I want to find out from you the policy of the ministry. When do you think that we will achieve universal coverage, 100%? Do you have any policy timelines or targets? Since about 12% of our population in this modern era do not have electricity, that must be of concern to all of us. So what is your ministry's policy towards achieving 100%?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Right, Honorable Speaker, the policy of the ministry and the government is to reach 90%, which is classified as universal by the end of 2024. Of course, there are also areas which have been hard to reach, which we are calling the last mile communities, and we're using off-grid, mini-grid technologies to ensure that we're able to reach those areas over time. But the target is to reach 90% by the end of 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Let me give before the leadership. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to ask the Deputy Minister, having moved from 83.2% to 88.85%, well, an impressive 5.61% in 8 years, do you have regional distribution regarding this total increase? Because I know that it's not all the regions that are equally electrified, according to your own policy. And if you have the distribution, what is the distribution, what is the contribution of this policy towards the Upper West region?
Do you have that information? Yes, very well.
Right, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I have the regional breakdown, and in Upper West region, we have 74.91%. Thank you very much.
Yes, now, leader, I'll give it to you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, he talked at length about the investment that has been done in rural electrification. But, I'll come to my question. From 2009 to 2016, rural electrification moved from 54% to 83.5%, as he has described, a jump of about 29%. Yeah, well, based on his own answer, we have moved only by 3% from 2017 to 2024. Can the minister explain the causes of this slow pace of progress and why we have not made progress in achieving rural access, universal access to electricity? Why this? How do you compare 29 to 3%? Why are we stuck where we are, Minister?
Yes, Chief, let me listen to you before.
I know my good friend, Deputy Leader, was once the sector minister for. So you are quoting statistics. Speaker, he also knows that this house is a house of records. And you are not a walking encyclopedia. So he should just provide us the source of his data, or stay clear of the statistics and ask your question. He is not. So he should tell us the source of the data. Well, he has a responsibility to tell us the source.
Honorable Minister, this is obviously different from the question that was asked. But do you have an answer, information he wants? If you don't have it, he can file his own question, you come another time. If you have, please share.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I don't have the detailed statistic, but if a question is filed in that regard, we'll prepare and come and respond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right, Honourable Speaker, please, before you move, he was talking about statistics. From 2017 to 2024, I have compared 2009 to the end of 2016, and I'm asking the minister, using the Ministry of Energy's own data, to explain why we had 29% between 2009 to 2016, and between 2017 and 2024 now we have 3%. You can't explain that. That's very relevant.
Honorable Leader.
By the way, that was the period of the NDC. 29% against 3%.
Honorable Leader, I think it is fair that when we ask members questions, we should expect that follow-up questions relate to the questions they were called to answer. I know you have space to do your politics if you wish to. I'll not deny you that. But please, don't insist that when he's asked a question to tell the state of rural electrification interventions made by the government since 2017, you will come preparing to make comparisons. It is unfair to ask him of that. So if you bring him a formal question, he will come and answer you that. Yes, I will chip in.
Mr. Speaker, I just have one question for my friend. By the way, we expect that the answers you give would confirm you've been nominated just yesterday. Make sure that your answers give confidence to members to confirm you when you come to
are you blackmailing or intimidating
Mr. Speaker, the answers of file a new question may not be palatable for the
he is a deputy minister standing in for his
Mr.
minister.
Speaker, may I know what was government projection? What was government projection, your government projection in terms of how much increase in terms of coverage you were expecting within the same period? Were you expecting 3%, the poultry 3%, or you projected more than that, but you couldn't do it? What exactly was there?
He's answered that question, but you may want to repeat that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier that when we met a rate of 83.24%, the target was to reach 90% which is classified as universal access by the end of 2024. And as we speak, that rate is at 88.85%. And given all the projects that are in place currently, we expect that by the end of 2024, we should have reached 90% rate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, I heard the minister when he was mentioning regions that they have expanded rural electrification. I heard him mention Volta region. And is he able to give us details in terms of communities that were covered in the Volta region? And then he also says, Speaker, he also said, I'm interested in Volta region. He also says some percentage are ongoing. Speaker, he says 80, they've covered 88.85, some 88.85% coverage, rural electrification, and then some percentages are ongoing. What are the plans to ensure that the ongoing extension are completed before the end of the year?
Honorable Leader, first, the details were not anticipated from this question, but he has given their target, 90% by the end of 2024. So your question has been answered in a way. Thank you very much. Is that the only question you have for today, Honorable Minister? Very well. We thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged. The next urgent question is to be answered by the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection. Question number 6B is to be asked by the Honorable Member for Southong, Dr. Obnamen Sanwemi. Well, he's not here yet. I'll move on just in case he comes. I'll move on to others. When he comes, then we will. This is an urgent question, so he doesn't have a published answer. That's why I'll give another opportunity if he comes. Yes, Leader, if you're addressing me. Honorable, kindly bid your time. If he comes, we'll invite you to, please. So I'll move on to the question to be answered by the Minister for Local Government and Decentralization. Honorable. The question number 6C is to be asked by the Honorable Member for Northong, the Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa.
It's a state capture question. I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Honourable Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development what the ministry is doing to protect land belonging to the Department of Parks and Gardens in Accra and other parts of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is because of recent claims by some private developers of having secured title to Parks and Gardens land, particularly within the cantonment area. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, I had the privilege with officials of the ministry and other officers of the Department of Parks and Gardens to undertake a comprehensive inventory of all assets, including lands that belong to the department. Following this development, Mr. Speaker, a report was prepared and captured all the lands under the aegis of the Department of Parks and Gardens, and by extension, the Ministry. To ensure a holistic approach to the protection of public vested lands, like the lands belonging to the Department, the Ministry has been consulting with stakeholders, particularly the Lands Commission, to assess the executive instruments that secure these lands, to ward off any unscrupulous persons encroaching on the lands. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we have also collaborated with all the regional coordinating councils to engage their respective regional lands commissions to take necessary steps to protect all lands belonging to the department. Mr. Speaker, to physically secure these lands, the Ministry is taking measures to provide fencing by walling the lands to prevent any encroachment. Currently, as a minister, I'm still pursuing the matter and engaging all stakeholders to protect and secure the titles of those lands, especially those that do not have ones. On the particular case of the Department of Parks and Gardens land in Cantonment, the recent claimant to the portion of the land indicated that he acquired a title to the land in contention, but could not produce same after he took the matter to court. The court subsequently dismissed the case and requested the plaintiff to re-enter the case with a proper documentation. Mr. Speaker, our checks, however, revealed that the claimant did not have any valid documentation to the land. I wish to state that the land in question has a valid certificate of allocation dated 2nd October 1952 to the Department of Parks and Gardens. Mr. Speaker, the Land Use and Special Planning Authority, LUSPA, had in 2022 cautioned the general public to stay away from the use of the land for any private development purposes. Pursuant to the Land Use and Special Planning Act 2016 and its regulations, as well as the Local Governance Act, greenbelts, gardens, and parks usage cannot be altered except through Parliament. In this regard, the Ministry is working closely with LUSPA to ensure that all the developers and citizenry who adhere to the planning and development permitting processes under the purview of the MMDAs. Mr. Speaker, regarding the department's lands in Wa, for instance, I wish to confirm that the certificate of allocation dated 27 November 1975 has also been retrieved from the Lands Commission. In this regard, the Ministry has served notice to reclaim the encroached land of the department in Upper West region, which has been encroached by a developer to be used setting up of a fuel station. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Minister for his very objective response. My first supplementary question, Mr. Speaker, is to find out from the Honorable Minister if he is aware that this private developer, who he has rightfully informed this House does not have title to the land. Is the Minister aware that he has gone to place 2 containers at the Parks and Gardens land and is harassing the management of Parks and Gardens that he wants to take over and begin construction? Is he aware of that fact? And what is he doing to get those containers out of there and protect the management and staff of the Parks and Gardens and the land which belongs to all of us as the only green belt in the capital?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed, I can confirm knowledge of the 2 containers that the claimant put there. Mr. Speaker, immediately when it came to attention, we mobilized to remove one of them and throw it out. But subsequently, then a court action came. Subsequent to the court's action, now that he is no more in court, we intend to remove the other one as quickly as possible so that the place is cleared for use by the state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my second question relates to the encroachment in the Upper West regional capital of Wa. I hold in my hands...
Honorable, let's look at your question again.
Mr. Speaker, I said other parts of Ghana.
Department of Parks Gardens in Accra and other parts of Ghana. Very well.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Yes. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we know that when the Honorable Joe Wise is in the chair, our question must be comprehensive. So, Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hands an 8 March 2024 letter from the Lands Commission to the Upper West Regional Minister, who was trying to ward off the encroachers. And the Lands Commission wrote to the regional minister, and Mr. Speaker, I'll just quickly quote one paragraph, the second paragraph, to the minister. Quote, I wish to inform you that per the records of the Lands Commission, the developer has a valid land title document, deed of lease, covering the portion developed into a fuel filling station, and must be noted as such. Because of this letter, the regional minister appears helpless, and the developers are continuing to encroach and build this fuel filling station. Is the Honourable Minister aware of this development, and what are you doing to protect the Parks and Gardens land in Wa and get these encroachers to back off? I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did indicate earlier that the land in contention is covered by a certificate of allocation dated 27 November 1975 to the state. On the basis of this, we reject the claim by the Regional Lands Commission. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we are not aware as a ministry of any decision by the state to relinquish its interests in the land. If that were to be the case, it should have been before this House. On the basis of that, we still believe that the land still holds as a property of government, Parks and Gardens for that matter, and we intend to reclaim it back to the state.
But the question was, what are you doing about the developer currently developing?
Mr. Speaker, we have begun a process to engage with the Lands Commission Upper West to investigate further how they came about with this title and subsequently apply the laws to remove the structures that have been put. Mr. Speaker, the portion of land is in twofold, Site A, Site B. So the Site A, measuring about 8 acres, is where this encroachment has happened. And we will take steps to demolish this unauthorized property on the land and get it reverted back to the state. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my final question will be the role of the Lands Ministry and the Lands Commission. In all of these matters we are investigating as part of our parliamentary oversight, we see some complicity of a sort, particularly at the Lands Commission. I want to find out if the Honourable Minister for Local Government has engaged his counterpart at the Lands Ministry and what they are really doing to address this canker, because it's all over. We are receiving calls from all over the country, Western region, Volta region, Upper East region, and in no time, all our green fields will be gone, and it is an existential threat. So have you had any engagement with the Lands Minister and the Lands Commission so that they will really stop this complicity, which has become very, very apparent?
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure the honourable member that indeed there is some collaboration between local government and the Lands Ministry, culminating in some work before Cabinet, which I hope that Cabinet will soon approve and will come, which is aimed at protecting government or state lands and preventing such occurrences. So indeed there is some collaboration between local government and the Lands Ministry. We have put before Cabinet a document. We hope that pretty soon it will be out and then we will address all of these things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Awama, before I come here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to find out from the
Minister for Local Government whether he's been served with an inventory of properties belonging to the Ministry of Local Government. And for that matter, what steps he's taking to put them in a very codified form to avoid some of these threats. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, as a ministry, we've been served with an inventory of all assets belonging to the ministry. Mr. Speaker, of concern is also lands belonging to the community development schools across the country, where I can say there's been excessive encroachment on their lands all across the country. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a major worry. And that, for me, will be addressed by the document I just mentioned. A lot of encroachment across the country has happened to lands belonging to the ministry and the different departments. And we intend to work to revert them back to the state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Podo first. Honorable Podo first.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to find out from the Minister for Local Government and Rural Development whether he is aware that aside of Danny Ike's attempt to seize the plots over there, this switchback road Department of Parks and Gardens land, apart from Danny Ike, there are other encroachers operating illegitimate businesses there. And they have been harassing the security, the Parks and Gardens security people over at that location. I want to know whether he's aware. And if he has gotten aware now, what will he do to stop the encroachment by those illegitimate people?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the incident that I'm aware of is the recent claimant who placed 2 containers. We mobilized to remove one, and just when we could do the second, he brought the court action. And so we had to stay course pending the court decision. Now that that is out of our way, we have resolved as soon as possible to get the other one off. Beyond that, I'm not aware of any other persons in the space. Indicated there is clear documentation on the land vested in Parks and Gardens, and so we will vigorously protect it and make sure that no individual has a place in there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to hear the minister say government is committed to take back lands like that. In many of the lands in Wa, especially the Parks and Gardens land, it's already built. And some other lands also taken through the Ministry of Local Government, such as fisheries lands, hospital lands, school lands. Constructions are going on. At what point will government intervene to say we are taking them over? Because we are worried about this wholesale commitment to take away government lands.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to state that the issues are in twofold. Those of purported sales, as the Land Commission is saying in the case of Upper West, and others are outright encroachment by private individuals. This is more pervasive in communities that borders with the lands. So if you pick the boundaries of the land, one stretch of it may border with the settlements. That is where it's easy for people to come in. Mr. Speaker, we are constrained by lack of funds. In fact, this action should have happened last year to demolish and then fence the areas that have been encroached. We put them on notice from Adzim to Anaji, Takrade, quite a number of places. And the warnings have gone. Some people even moved out. Others were recalcitrant. But what we are waiting for is funding so we can immediately go and do the walling around those enclaves. But some of them, it is not really a contention. It's just they encroaching, but I believe once we move into action, we'll be able to clear them off and secure it so that it gets back to the state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Governor, go first. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister responsible for parks and gardens. I want to find out from the minister what plans are afoot to at least have a public park or garden in the Bono East region, particularly the regional capital, since there is no record of a public park and garden in the whole of Bono East region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think you should file your own question. This has nothing to do with the encroachment as to, you know, I have a problem with, when I was head of DVLA, land which has been given to us on documents. Land, somebody was encroaching a part of it. I sued. I didn't get the support of the regional executives there. I got so angry, I abandoned it. Because, so if you see that we're expanding, but nothing happened in Sunyani because they were keen on letting somebody, yes, take the land. So I put the investment elsewhere. Sometimes it is the complicity of the local authorities that makes it anyway. Yes, Honorable Leader, I'll give you the last one.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to find out from the Honorable Minister that land acquisition in Ghana is governed by the Constitution, particularly Article 20, and probably to refer him to Article 25, it reads, any property compulsory taken possession of or acquired in the public interest or for a public purpose shall be used only in the public interest. Do you conceive of any sale of this land to a private person as being in the public interest? Thank you.
Leader, this has nothing to do with the encroachment. I don't think he needs to answer this one. When we're doing the debate, I know I can trust your argument about that. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. May I find out from the Minister, for instance, the lands Honorable Purple talked about. When you have land, which is parks and garden, it is governed by a planning regime or zoning regime. It is also your staff at the local levels that have the capability of rezoning or reassigning new use. So if, for instance, he says that hospital land, school lands have been taken and they are being developed, is it the case that your municipal or district assemblies actually unilaterally give or rezone the place, like a school site or a parks and garden site, and people are putting up offices and houses on it? Is it the case that your staff at the local level are doing something very wrong, or it is a policy that they can at that level rezone a school land for a private residential building and it will still be legitimate? What do you see as the challenge there?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no, that is not the case. In the issue at hand, there is no evidence of any of the local authorities engaging in rezoning. Far from that, these are outright encroachment by private citizens who, for whatever reasons, decide to enter into the space reserved for parks and gardens. But there has not been on record any incidents of any of the MMDAs or their officials engaging in rezoning of these lands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister. if there is no record of the people having a permit to construct, should the claim to ownership stop you? You say you own it, yes, even if before we determine that. But the local authorities must permit you to do what you're doing there before you can. Should the claim of ownership be sufficient if, for example, the one at work constructing a filling station, if they don't have the building permit, shouldn't you be able to stop them using the municipal authority?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very much so. Officials of the RCC and the particular MDA have been asked to answer some queries to us how this building came up, and nobody sought to prevent it. And so it's part of the investigations that the ministry is undertaking. And I'm sure once we can share with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My advice is that use that authority to stop them while we determine the ownership of the land. That's my advice. The next question is to be answered by the Minister for Labour and Employment Relations. Yes, Honourable Minister. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, there is a concern, and so myself and the Minister has related to the member whose name the question stands, the Honourable Ablapa, and we have an understanding that will relate to the table office for the question to be rescheduled. So all questions directed to the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, Speaker, will be stood down with the consent of the member in whose name the question is advertised.
Very well. Yes. Can I get any confirmation, particularly the questioner?
Mr. Speaker, once he mentioned the name of our colleague, let's get his acceptance.
Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I can confirm that I have been engaged, and the understanding is that the Minister will respond next week, Wednesday. He's still waiting for some confirmations from SNIT, so we have agreed.
Very well. Thank you. So the next minister to answer an urgent question is the Minister for Roads and Highways. Kindly take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member for Mr. Javoso. You may ask your question.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the road network linking Bentema Junction and Javoso will be rehabilitated to fill or patch the numerous potholes plaguing commuters.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Benchima Junction Javoso Road is part of the National Road N12. It is a 16-kilometer long road, and it is located in the Javoso district of the Western North region. There is no rehabilitation program on the road. However, the road has been programmed for routine maintenance, that is pothole patching and sectional repairs. The procurement process has been initiated and work will commence as soon as possible. In terms of the future, Mr. Speaker, engineering studies and condition survey have been carried out on the road. Cost estimates have been prepared for a rehabilitation program which will be considered in the 2025 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, if you may indulge me. Mr. Speaker, the Benchmark Junction to Draboso Road is the main entrance to the whole district. Mr. Speaker, about 60% of the link has developed potholes. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you now, commercial drivers in the area do not like to plow that area, leaving passengers stranded. Pregnant women virtually cannot travel on the stretch. Mr. Speaker, the situation becomes very worse in the rainy season because you know the area is a forest zone. Mr. Speaker, this needs an urgent attention. And with respect to the minister, when exactly are we going to see workers on the road fixing the deplorable nature of that stretch? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is very much aware that there are some damaged sections of the road, and it is in that direction that I've indicated that it has been programmed for routine maintenance. I also indicated that procurement process have started for a contractor to be procured to start the repairs, sessional repairs at the pothole patching. And once that is completed, an award will be given and the contractor will go to site as soon as possible.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I know from the minister if a stretch that has developed potholes, more than 60% of the stretch developing potholes, still needs routine maintenance or rehabilitation?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It does. The nature of the situation is such that we need to repair it, especially when you don't have the funds available now. If we have the funds available and in abundance, we will fix every road in the country, but we don't have. So we are doing a two-pronged strategy to our sessions, then do a whole rehabilitation, and that's why I'm saying that that will be considered in the 2025 budget. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, yes. This is urgent situation, and an urgent situation requires urgent solution. Mr. Speaker, in all the answers, no timeline has been given. When exactly are we seeing contractors on the road? No timeline.
He says that he's going through the legal process.
Mr. Speaker,
the legal process has room for urgent and non-urgent. Is going through the legal process. One of the biggest issues we always raise, if you go through procurement, don't we expect that we go through the legal process?
Mr. Speaker, I have not said so. But Mr. Speaker, the good people of Draboso are suffering. And I've already indicated that this is our main road, the main entrance. Mr. Speaker, and I've already indicated that even pregnant women cannot plow that road. Until when will they complete the procurement process for that road to be fixed? So at least, Mr. Speaker, all the answers he has given, there's no hope in the answers he has given. And the people are listening. Mr. Speaker, the situation is
do you have another question? If you do, please ask. It's the same thing.
Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. I have no hope.
Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I can understand the frustration of my colleague in terms of the nature of the road. We all know what it means when roads become that. What urgent steps will you take to at least, as you said, I agree with you that you can still do, we can still do some urgent work there to make it more trouble whilst you think of the total rehabilitation. How soon can you put in some measures to at least make the road more trouble? That is the normal term we use, more trouble, because with the potholes, they are not very safe. How soon can you do something about that?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I have answered the question by the minority chief. I have indicated that we plan to do a total rehabilitation of the road, and it will be captured in the 2025 budget. But the immediate action to improve rideability is the pothole patching and the sectional repairs we want to do. But I do not have the power to just go ahead and give it to a contractor to do. By the laws of our country, we need to go through a process. And that's the process I'm currently going through. And I don't think it will take too long a time. I just want to assure my honorable friend that very soon that process will be completed and the contractor will go to site. And I can assure you that it's not, your place is not the only place that is suffering such situation. There are many others, and government is working on those areas as well. Thank you.
Very well. Now we are done with item 6. I'll proceed to item 7. All the questions in item 7 are to be answered by the Minister for Roads and Highways. That's right. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, we have some understanding that after the agent questions, we will proceed to take public business and then revert back to item 7. So I'm essentially seeking your leave for us to go on to public business, moving to page 35 and take item 62.
Honorable Minister, I did not discharge you because you were... No. You can take your seat, but I've not discharged you so that you cannot leave the house because you still have questions to answer. That's all I want to be sure. Yes. You said item 62. Yes, minority bench. Can I get any confirmation?
I think it's about the third reading of the National Road Authority bill. It was done, and then we noticed some challenges, so it was withdrawn. I think they want to the decision was withdrawn. So I think let's find out what the minister wants to do now. If you want to go back and do the third reading, is that what you want to do? Yeah. Let him go ahead.
Very well.
We haven't seen
It has been distributed this morning.
Okay, I haven't seen it.
I'm sure if you look on your desk, because I saw the lady going around distributing them. Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. So, Speaker, that is the difficulty. While sitting at the chamber, they will give you a copy of the bill, and you are supposed to go through the bill to ensure that all the amendments proposed and carried out by the House are integrated into the bill. And if after giving you the document within 30 minutes, 1 hour, we are taking the third reading of it, I wonder what time the members will have to be able to ensure that what needed to be done before the third reading is done.
Yes. Stupid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what my colleague Honorable Ayafo is saying. Usually, you don't get the bill to look through whether the amendments are there. It's a table office that captures all that and do those things before assent. But when we are doing third reading, it was a decision you put to. Oh, okay. If it's a decision that you put to, that's different. But if it is about the practice, it doesn't come back to the floor for you to ensure whether everything has been covered. It's a table office that will ensure that that is done and then sent for assent.
I don't know. I received my copy about an hour and a half ago, before Yes. So just because some may not have looked at it doesn't mean that all have not looked at it. But I think that the critical thing is that the changes would have been incorporated into the new one before it is taken. So, yes. But no, Honorable Defewa, I will not recognize you. Can you resume your seat? You're naked. Yes. Yes, leader.
Just to be fair, I think their copies have been here for over an hour. So because of that, you can go ahead.
Very well. Item 62, motion by the Minister for Transport. Well, it should be the Minister for Roads and Highway. Why do they keep saying transport? The last time they made the same. You're sorry. Very well. You should amend that to the Minister for Roads and Highways. Yes, leader.
May I, with your leave, correct that portion of the motion, that it should rather read the Minister responsible for roads and highways, not the Minister for Transport. I think we corrected it the other time. It's surprising reoccurred.
Table office has admitted that it is their error. So,
Speaker, maybe that gives credence to our colleagues that we should pay attention. If this is the motion which is already faulty, I wonder what is in the bill itself. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we can allow our colleague to move the motion for the third reading.
Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, you may move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the National Roads Authority Bill 2023 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Who is seconding the motion? Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion for the third reading has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to establish the National Roads Authority to plan, develop, maintain, protect and manage the road network and road infrastructure in the country and to provide for related matters.
The National Roads Authority Bill 2023 is now read the third time and passed. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Speaker, shall we proceed to page 36 and take item 64?
Very well, but before I go there, let me acknowledge the students who have visited us in the house today. The students are from Akachi number 1 Basic School. Is that your constituency? Very well. They are led by Patience Ya Duho, who is the head teacher, and they are from the Akachi South constituency. There are 54 of them. You're welcome to Parliament, young ladies and gentlemen. You may resume your seat. Your MP will come and attend to you. Item 64. The National Service Authority Bill 2024 at the consideration stage. Very well. Honourable members, let's proceed. We will start with Clause 1. There's no advertised amendment to Clause 1.
Establishment of the authority.
There's no advertised amendment to Clause 1. Unless there's a proposed amendment on the floor, I'll put a question on Clause 1. And the question is, Clause 1 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Objects of the authority.
There's an advertised amendment in the name of the chairman of the committee. Chairman, you will move your amendments. Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 2. Amendment proposed. Paragraph B, line 3. Delete under section 28. I so move.
Other members, the proposed amendment is to delete under section 28. Yes, for consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. The section 28 of the bill is about qualification to undertake national service. So there is no need bringing under section 28 into the rendition.
Very well. All in favor of the House adopting the motion for the proposed amendment, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item II. Honorable, speak to the mic, please.
Clause 2. Amendment proposed. Paragraph C, line 2. Delete under section 28. I so move.
I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. I didn't hear a vote. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I'll put the question on Clause 2 as amended. Honourable members, Clause 2 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Functions of the authority.
Item III. Chairman of the committee.
Amendment proposed. Paragraph A, line 2. Delete national service and insert the efficient operations of the authority. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Members, for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment. The bill is establishing an authority. So we are moving from the national service scheme to establish an authority. Therefore, the rendition should be authority instead of the national service.
Honourable members, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item IV. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 3, amendment proposed. Paragraph F, line 2. After training, insert pedagogy training. I so move.
Yes, honourable members, for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item V, still on Clause 3. Chairman.
Add the following new paragraph after paragraph K as advertised. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I'll put the question on the entire Clause 3 as amended. And the question is, Clause 3 as amended. shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Governing body of the authority.
Item VI, amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment proposed. Subclause 1, paragraph B. Add the following new sub-paragraph after sub-paragraph VIII as advertised. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think the way it's captured is it's a bit ambiguous. I know that the term or reference ministry is the minister responsible, but here we are told the ministry responsible for technology in the rank of nominated by the minister responsible for technology. Mr. Speaker, it looks a bit clumsy for me.
If
the minister responsible,
if you read it from the beginning of one, it may make sense. The governing body of the authority is a board comprising A, a chairperson nominated by the president, B, one representative each of. Then when you come to this one, the ministry responsible for technology and innovation, not below the rank of a director, nominated by the minister responsible for technology. So the meaning is taken from the beginning. Yes. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we say the ministry responsible instead of the minister as he is stating, because it is the ministry responsible that the person not below a particular rank is supposed to be appointed by the minister. So the minister does the appointment from the ministry responsible for the technology.
Because the point I was making is that with the drafting, usually you state the ministry itself, and then when you are making reference to the specific minister, you say the minister responsible for that. But when you are stating, because it should be a ministry that you must reference in the provision. So usually in our practice, and there must be consistency. So ministry responsible for this by the minister responsible. I am thinking that, Mr. Speaker, you state the ministry itself, because I know the ministries exist before the ministers are appointed. So there's a ministry already in existence. So why are we running away from stating the actual ministry? And then you can then reference the minister responsible for that ministry. Because I know that, for instance, Mr. Speaker, in the Public Procurement Act, when the supervising, please, I'm on my feet, said senior. The supervising ministry is the Ministry of Finance. So if you go through the Act, anytime you want to, a reference is being made to the ministry responsible for that engagement, we don't go ministry responsible, say the Ministry of Finance. You state the ministry. But when you are making reference to the particular individual who would be responsible, which can change anytime, I agree with you, then you say the ministry responsible for A, B, and C. But if we have a ministry in charge of this, why do you then say ministry responsible for this? Just state the ministry, and then it makes it clearer for any reader who is reading. Thank you.
Yes.
I think we have departed from his line of argument, in the sense that the designation of the ministries may change, and the law is to govern us into the future. If today technology is under environment, then it means the ministry responsible is the Ministry for Environment. If tomorrow is under education, then the responsible ministry becomes Ministry of Education, without you necessarily coming into this particular house to do amendment of the law. That is why we've been capturing it ministry responsible. So we have departed from that long ago. This house has departed based on the fact that designation of ministries may change. Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with my learned senior. I still go by the earlier proposal that I made. We are drafters. There has been laws in this House, and we have drafted in a particular way and manner for purposes of consistency. We cannot be seen to be dilly-dallying when it comes to the drafting of bills. If the ministry is, if the scope of the ministry changes, it will still be that ministry. For instance, if today, Ministry of Energy, under NDC, it was Energy and Petroleum. If today it's a Ministry of Energy and Mines and Energy, anything concerning mines, if you make reference to it, everybody knows that it is within that scope of the ministry. Then we should have, what I'm saying is, then we should have done the same with the earlier acts when we made references to the Minister for Finance. But we have made laws and stated the ministries categorically. But when it comes to the minister, then you say the minister responsible. But if you're the ministry responsible for this and that, Mr. Speaker, it makes it clumsy. I think that earlier drafters brought it into this House and we thought it was good as a drafting start. Why do we want to change it now? And there are many acts. The Procurement Act is only just one example. There are many acts, the roads and the one we just did, the third reading. We made reference to the Minister for Roads and Highways. We were specific. The one we just the one the Minister for Roads and Highways did the third reading. When you look into it, it's making reference to specific ministry. The ministry responsible, the Ministry of Roads and Highways. It says the ministry. It states the ministry categorically. And then when you're making reference to the minister, then you say the minister responsible for that ministry. But you can't say ministry responsible for this and then the minister responsible for that. It is not good drafting style. Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand the National Roads Authority Bill 2023 that we've done the third reading. And clause 4.1 is on the governing body of the authority. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the C, it's one representative each, not below the rank of a director nominated by the respective minister from the ministries responsible for roads. So we are ministries responsible for roads, yes, transport, environment, yes, and finance. Yes. So the appropriate word here is ministry responsible for finance. Yes. Ministry responsible for transport. Ministry responsible for roads. So if we are talking about consistency, what we are doing in the National Service Authority Bill is consistent with the National Roads Authority Bill that we just passed into law by third reading. So the 4C, read the 4C, ministries responsible for. From the you understand? So you are referring to the National Roads Authority Act, which is talking about the ministries responsible for. That is what the law is talking about. That's what and that is consistent with the National Service Authority Bill. It's not inconsistent with the National Service Authority Bill. So if the basis of your argument is for consistency, and you are making reference to the the National Rules Authority Bill that we just passed into law, that is rather consistent with the law being passed.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in my humble and respectful view, I think it could be used interchangeably. Normally, if we say ministry responsible, you are talking about the function, the function of the ministry, and you may not be wrong. But if you are talking about the duty to be performed by a person, an individual, authorized so to do, you can also say that minister responsible for, then you are referring to an act, a performance that must be undertaken. But if you are talking about what the ministry does, that is the function of the ministry, and it's used, ministry responsible, fine. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it could be used interchangeably.
Yes,
Thank
Honorable
you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, what it's saying is that the ministry responsible for this area, technology, will be the one that will nominate a representative from. But that nomination will be done by the minister. So it's consistent with what you're saying. The minister, because there's a danger that the function may shift from one ministry to the other. You don't want to restrict yourself to any particular ministry, but whichever ministry which is responsible for technology, it is from that ministry that the minister will nominate a person to serve on the board. So I think it is consistent. Let's proceed. So I'll put the question.
Mr. Speaker, before you proceed, another drafting style is to just make mention of the minister throughout. Mr. Speaker, the way the ministry responsible for that and the minister responsible, it is one other style is to just keep mentioning, use the word minister. And then in the definition section, you go and define minister, meaning minister responsible for this. Mr. Speaker, that is a neater drafting style. But to go the ministry responsible for this and that, and then the minister responsible, it is repetitive. Responsible is repetitive. And then when we are drafting, what we try to avoid is repetition. So I have the affirmative action bill here. It makes reference to the minister on page 7. The minister may, in a letter addressed to the member, revoke, though we haven't considered it. But this is no. I'm saying that I'm not saying we have, but it came from the AG. And the AG has a drafting department. And that is how the drafting is usually done. Other than that, they won't bring. So if it means when this one comes, we are going to go by the minister, and then when you go to the definition section, minister is defined. But then we do another bill, and then we want to be specific in the clause. Minister response. Mr. Speaker, I think it is not a neater drafting style. We can do the minister, define minister in this context as the minister responsible for technology and whatever. That makes it neater. Rather than going around responsible, I don't.
Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this particular situation where he's talking about so many references to the minister responsible, are the list of members of the governing body of the authority. You cannot say a minister and go and define one minister. You need to mention all of them. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I have sat here, I'm not a lawyer, but I keep listening to the transition from one expression to the other. And I've gotten to the point where the minister responsible has become the normative use in description of the minister who they want to make reference to. It is not a new thing, it has become old now. And I think it's very cute in the description of a minister. If you want to be specific about the minister in the following day, in another government, rather than Minister of Foreign Affairs and National Integration, it has become just Foreign Affairs. And there's national integration, and you talk about the minister. Are you still referring to that old ministry? So I think it's important to make it responsible too. And I believe that should satisfy her, because there has been a change, and that change has come to stay. And I think, now, the issue also about reference to the minister is when a ministry is coming on a specific issue, and is talking about the ministry only. In that sense, when you make mention of that minister, other references just talk about the minister. You don't need to go and say the Minister of Finance again. Once you make mention of the ministry, and it is about that ministry, and the law is specific about that ministry, in subsequent clauses, you just mention the minister, and it satisfies everything. It's different from the specific situation we are making reference to, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I'll put the question. All in favor of the proposal? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mine is different. I'm asking, why are we talking about adding minister responsible for technology
and Innovation, because we have Minister for Education fully represented. And if it is about the technical education, that falls under the ministry. I want to understand why the proposers or the chair wants to add the ministry responsible for technology and innovation.
Chairman, the question is that you have listed from various ministries, Agric, Defense, Health, local government. Why do you want to add the minister responsible for technology and innovation?
Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the youth and entrepreneurship. We cannot say that because the Ministry of Education is there, students who get their tertiary education, when they are going to settle and set up on themselves, you can leave out technology. That is why possibly I included that ministry as part of the governing body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if what he's saying is the reason, there is not a minister responsible for innovation and technology that he's talking about. Maybe they would rather want to be looking at the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research. But that also falls under Ministry of Education. Because you are talking about training. You are talking about training. All you've been talking about, I've been hearing, is about training. If it's about training, where does the minister responsible for technology and innovation come? Because they are not involved in training.
This is a policy tank, the governing board. So you want ideas from all these areas. You want ideas from those in technology and innovation to feed into the planning for national service. And that's why I think you can justify, you have had education, you have health, you have defense, you have interior, you have agric, but they are adding technology and innovation as one of the areas or the group of people that should think and plan a policy for national service. I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, item VII. Amendment. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, may I seek your leave for us to temporarily suspend consideration, because the leader has related to me on a matter that he is desirous of raising. So I seek your kind leave for us to suspend consideration temporarily, after which we'll revert.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the side opposite should be clear what they want to do in a day. We started questions, they suspended it. In fact, the Minister of Road is supposed to come back. We start consideration, you are suspending again. Exactly what do you want to do? Why don't you just get your line, straight before we start work? This is not a mark of a government that is getting things right. At least in this house, you are not that many. Get things right. We can't stop, start. Why? Tomorrow, get your line straight before you come. If you don't have anything to do, tell us so that we can go on recess. Mr. Speaker, let's hear why they want to suspend. It better be something very useful to the House and the country.
Yes, Honorable Member for Asawasi.
Mr. Speaker, it's worrying when the leaders are talking this way, because they even confuse the rest of us even more. Because this is something that they are supposed to put their heads together and agree on what they want to do. We started questions, you suspended the questions. And now you are doing a bill. Just as we are cruising, then you are asking for suspension again. Mr. Speaker, that will be suspension square. Because there's already a suspension on questions. And now you are suspending on this. Mr. Speaker, I think, to be fair to members, they should allow the bill to flow for some time. Because we've not even finished the fourth clause. Maybe when we get to about clause 10, and you want to maybe pause to do other things, it makes some sense. But to be interjecting when you just start something, when you look at the questions that are supposed to be asked, we didn't even go far. Then you said you wanted to suspend. Fine, maybe these are urgent. That's why you wanted to suspend to start. Now, the one that you thought was so urgent that you have to suspend something to do, even before we could say that, you are suspending that too again. Mr. Speaker, to be fair to the rest of us, because we don't know what they might have discussed at conclave, they should allow the bill to go up to maybe clause 10. Then we know that we have done something reasonable within the bill. And then if they want to shift costs, they can do it. But now the way they are making it, Leader, the way you are looking at me is looking scary, eh? As if you want to intimidate me with your look. But I know I'm better than that can be intimidated by a look. So, Mr. Speaker, I think they should allow this to go for some time. Then we will be making progress. And that we'll end up asking ourselves today, since we came, what have we done? Because we have not finished anything that we started. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want you, the leaders, to agree what you want me to do. There appears to be disagreement about where we should go.
There's no disagreement. They are fully on board. And I can see from your eyes, you are fully on board. Speaker, we are working in unison. That's what we are doing. In the morning, the earlier agreements were that we'll deal with questions, we'll do the National Service Bill, and then we'll do third reading of the Roads Authority Bill. In fact, we are within the remit of the agreement we had. So let nobody, with greatest respect to leadership, and the law was made for us. The law was made for man, not the rivers. If under circumstance we feel, no, it's not for convenience. I mean, under a circumstance, something important has come up. And we have to amend what we have agreed. That is why we are thinking beams, with the greatest of respect. It has become very important. My colleagues know how we are able to navigate even in times of conflict. Let's not overly litigate on this matter. The leader of the House has shown indication that there is something important that has come up. You know, ordinarily I will not come up with this suggestion. You know how passionate I am on this bill. So, Honorable Muntaka, you have had your turn as a very reliable chief whip. Now you are a backbencher. Yes.
He's a front bencher, not a back bencher.
He's not. In fact, he taught me how to do a proper whip, and that one I give it to you. But take cue from the current whip, and don't rather make things very difficult for us. Yeah, he's a good friend, very experienced. In fact, he understands in this house, when it comes to whipping, nobody can take it away from him. When it comes to whipping, nobody can take it away from you. I think the Parliament should even reward
Very well. Yes, let me listen to the leader.
We have agreement.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, firstly, let me take serious. The very experienced former chief whip of this house, who continues to guide this house, is described as a backbencher. I mean, I hope it was a slip of tongue and that it was a mistake. I think he's saying that it was a mistake. But I also want to say that I was sitting here when the minority chief we spoke. I heard him clearly. He said he's surprised why we stopped the consideration and that he's waiting to hear what will be brought by the leader. And so to say that he's completely on board is not an accurate representation of what the chief whip said. So he's not on board. We don't know what you are going to say.
Yes, let me hear you. The next page, yes, honorable members' consideration of the National Service Authority Bill is now suspended. Yes, leader, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Right Honorable Speaker read a communication from Mr. President to us in respect of the nomination of the Deputy Minister of Energy for consideration of this House for the position of Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, rules provide that we have to put in an advert. And Mr. Speaker, considering the content of the communication as read by Mr. Speaker to us and the need to get certain things done, I will humbly pray that in view of Order 21710, which provides for a certain advert to be done, if Mr. Speaker could direct the clerk responsible for such advert to get an online portal to do the publication. Mr. Speaker, now the newspapers, all of them, graphic does online, Daily Ghanaian Times does online and all, so that the appointment committee headed by your good self can sit tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, the colleague who has earned this nomination is already known to this House. He was vetted for the position of Deputy Minister, and this House passed him. I believe that he is not completely new to this House. Even today, he came to answer questions on behalf of his minister, and he is getting in as a Minister of State. So, Mr. Speaker, it's just a very humble plea with the indulgence of my colleagues for this to be done for him tomorrow. It does not mean that there wouldn't be an opportunity for colleagues to fully vet him. So, Mr. Speaker, we are fortified by the Constitution. The Constitution talks about prior approval of Parliament, and the prior approval will require that Parliament Appointment Committee, which is in receipt of his CV already, we have his records in this House. And since he assumed that office, we have not heard any single untoward act done by him. He's conducted himself fairly well, and we know that for a fact. I mean, not a single issue is in the public domain against him, even when he was at Trade Ministry and now at the Ministry of Energy. So, Mr. Speaker, it's just a very humble plea. In all humility, in all modesty, I believe that colleagues would oblige me so that you could, as chair, sit tomorrow to consider this nominee. Mr. Speaker, I so humbly submit. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, maybe some of us may have to be recusing themselves from the floor when they are making such statements. Because this is something that should be purely handled by leadership. I don't know why they have to bring on the floor. This appointment committee issue is a committee matter. And once between you, the chair, and the leadership agree on the method, we in the House, we are obliged. By bringing it on the floor, now if you are not careful, you are going to open it up to all members saying all manner of things, and before you realize the real orientation and the purpose for which you want to achieve this will be defeated. I want to play with the leader that he may have very excellent reason why certain things should happen, but they should talk among themselves. If they do, they simply inform us that this is what they've arrived at. Because I'm yet to recollect whether anything about appointment committee has ever been discussed at the floor, apart from its report. So I want to plead with the leader. You may have a very justifiable reason, good reason why certain things should happen. Please, take us away from it so that you people can make that determination with the chair and then agree to do it. And we'll bless it. But if you bring us in, our comments and agreeing or not agreeing, how does it impact on what you do at the committee? So, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately or coincidentally, you are the chair of the appointment committee. And I've been with you on the appointment committee, if my memory serves me right, all the way from 2013 or so.
From 2009.
From 2009. So this is something that has been done again and again and again. And I'm very sure you can handle this among yourselves without necessarily drawing the rest of us on the floor to it. That would be my humble story. But leader may have very good reason, they may be genuine, and your concern may be right. But please, take us away from it so that you people can agree among yourselves. I think that would be the best, rather than to draw the rest of us in. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, yes, let me listen to you.
Speaker, I'm grateful. Speaker, if I may refer the House to Order 217, Sub 10. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if I may read, the names of persons nominated for appointment by the President shall be published in a newspaper of national circulation to inform, request memoranda or representation from the public. Mr. Speaker, the requirement here is for the publication of the nominee's name. There's no timeline. So for me, once it's already serving as a Minister of State by definition of the Constitution, a Deputy Minister is a Minister of State. I think that if the House is constituted to take this under, for want of better expression, a certificate of urgency, it can be done. Sometimes I don't think we can look at it. The requirement is for the publication to be done. Once it's done, these are matters that I will normally litigate if it breaches the law. But I've checked the law. No timeline was imposed. So once the nominee's name is published, then I no longer have any basis to litigate this. So if the committee is minded to convene and look at it and consider the nominee, I think that can be done, Mr. Speaker. I humbly submit.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the comment that was made earlier by the former Chief Whip is a very apt one. Because this matter is for the appointment committee, not for the plenary, frankly. And, because it's unfortunate that we have to raise this very important issue. The gentleman that has been nominated, I know him personally, nice gentleman. He is already the Deputy Energy Minister. He's a chairman of ECG. He's already in the sector. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, the Minister of Energy is still in place. the Minister of Energy is still the Minister of Energy. What is the urgency that we are talking about? First, as has been stated, 21710 is very clear. Is there any publication in the newspaper? The intention is to ensure that the people of Ghana participate in this process. They participate in this process. And I think that we are even putting you in a very difficult position. The chairman of the committee, now sitting in the chair, being asked to disregard our own standing orders. We are talking to the Pope. No, I know. No, you are not saying we should disregard it. You humbly said, but I'm saying that. Okay, please. So I humbly believe that, frankly, this matter, now that it has come to the public domain, at least at the minimum, let's publish it in the newspaper somewhere. Because nobody has said here that there has been a publication. Let's publish it in the newspaper for the record, because this is a house of rules. Then we can move forward from there. I thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on this issue, I think the former Chief Whip crowned it all. Mr. Speaker, I've also been in this house for some time. There is a saying that if your farm is not very long, then your water container must not be so big. Mr. Speaker, we've been doing, ministers are being appointed, vetted, and approved or disapproved by the House. I believe strongly that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, you follow the procedure in setting down, in exercising the right. This is a matter that the committee is supposed to handle. What the House is interested in is the committee's report. That is what we are going to debate, to determine whether the person involved is going to be approved or not to be approved. And that is what the House will patiently be working for. So as for these internal procedures, I think at the committee level and then the leadership level, it can be ironed out. More so, the person involved is already acting in a particular capacity. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not an issue that should be we should worry about on the floor of Parliament.
Well, yes, let me listen.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not even sure whether we are supposed to be debating. There's no report from appointment committee in front of us. I think the whole point is if I listen to the leader, he's trying to ask for a waiver so that the vetting can be done in a shorter time than the usual 2 weeks thing we all are aware. Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Muntaka that this is not something that we should debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether it's even conflict of interest. You are the chairman of the appointment committee. It is upon you to make a determination as to what we will do in terms of calling for a meeting or whether we should do the consideration. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think opening it up for colleagues to debate will solve the problem. So, Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands. You can't make a pronouncement currently on the floor on this matter. So, whenever a decision is taken at the committee level, those who attend that committee would make that determination. I don't see why. I don't even know what is leadership supposed to do about it, because the entire leadership doesn't call for appointment committee meeting. It is the chairman of the appointment committee that called for appointment committee meeting. I'm not aware that you need the permission of the entire leadership to call for appointment committee meetings. The same way, the chairman of education committee doesn't need the permission of leadership from both sides to call a meeting. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's up to you to, as the chairman of the appointment committee, to do what is needful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Thank you all for your advice to the appointments committee. The appointments committee will take its own decisions in due course. Thank you very much. Shall we continue with the Consideration? Yes.
It is so, Speaker.
So,
we'll continue with the consideration.
The National Service Authority Bill 2024 at the consideration stage. We were on item VII. Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 4, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, paragraph E, delete and insert the following. 2 persons nominated by the President, at least one of whom is a woman. I so move.
Yes.
Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment. This is a standard rendition in several laws. So we are being consistent with the earlier laws that we have made.
Honourable members, I'll put the question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the question on clause 4 as amended is, clause 4 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Functions of the board.
Amendment proposed. Item VII. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment proposed. Clause 5, amendment proposed. Paragraph A, line 1. After proposals, insert developed for the efficient operation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment for consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item IX. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 5, amendment proposed. Add the following new paragraph after paragraph B. Advise the minister on technical matters in relation to the operations of the authority. And I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I'll put the question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the question is, clause 5, as variously amended, it shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Duties and liabilities of members of the board.
Item X. Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 6, amendment proposed. Subclause 3, line 3, delete 3,000 and insert 100. And also delete 6,000 and insert 200. Line 4, delete 3 years and insert 6 months. Line 5, delete 6 years and insert 12 months. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment. The reason or the rationale behind the amendment is that the penalty unit and the fine set out in the law, the committee realized that it was on the higher side. Hence, it was brought down. So it affected the minimum fine and then the maximum fine, as well as the minimum prison sentence and the maximum prison sentence. That's the rationale behind the amendment.
Honourable members, I'll put the question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 6, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Tenure of office of members of the board.
Clause 8.
Meetings of the board.
Clause 9.
Of interest.
Clause 10.
Establishment of committees.
Clause 11.
Allowances.
Clause 12.
Policy directives.
Clause 13.
Directorates and departments of the authority.
Honourable members, there are no advertised amendments to the aforementioned clauses. Unless there are any proposed amendments from the floor, I'll put a question on the aforementioned clauses. And the question is, clauses 7 through to 13 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Appointment of Director General.
Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 14. Amendment proposed. Subclause 2. Paragraph A. Delete academic. I so move.
I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I shudder to think why the word academic should be removed, particularly when the National Service Scheme deals with products of tertiary institutions. There has to be a reason, and the House must be given a reason why it should be removed, because I think the word should stay. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we propose the deletion to reflect current drafting convention. See, academic is ambiguous, and it's not the only requirement. And for anybody to be put in any such position, already has some level of academic qualification. So we feel that putting academic as qualifying to the qualification is not necessary. It should be a superfluous. So we suggested that, or recommended that it should be deleted, so that to conform with Public Service Commission regulations or requirements for appointments to such positions. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, so if it will stand qualification, that is all what 2A, if you delete the academic, it just stand qualification, that a person qualifies for appointment as a Director General if that person has the relevant qualification. If you add that to B, professional competence, and what defines qualification? Then just delete the whole A.
Then is that relevant? Relevant. Relevant may include academics, may include other things.
So then qualification should be qualified. If it's relevant qualification, then I will go for that.
That's why we put
Yes.
relevant is there.
No, it's not. Qualification cannot stand alone, Mr. Speaker. It should
No, it does not stand alone. A person qualifies for appointment as a Director General if that person has a relevant qualification. That means that some definition will be provided. And once you fall within that relevant definition, then you fall within the group that will qualify. Here is another here for.
Mr. Speaker, to further explain, the academic here will create ambiguity. For instance, if we are talking about accounting, is it a degree in accounting? Is it master's degree in accounting or PhD in accounting? If you are saying academic qualification, which one are you talking about? But once the relevant qualification is accounting, then that will be taken into consideration. But if you say academic qualification, are you talking about a professor in accounting, or what are you talking about? That's why we say relevant qualification. The qualification that you have is relevant to the work that you are supposed to do. So if you talk about academic qualification, what are you talking about?
Yes, Honorable Member for Doma West. Is it West or East? Doma East.
Doma Central, Honorable Speaker. You have forgotten about your friend, Doma Central.
Oh, Doma Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in every profession, there are two types of qualifications. The professional one and the academic one. If you're defining a particular qualification, at times they write even on CVs, academic and professional qualifications. Even in education now, teachers are supposed to write professional qualifications in addition to the academic qualifications that they have. So if you go to Uniba and you score grade A, first class education, you still have to write the professional exams to become a professional teacher. In nursing, that is what it says. In accounting, that is what it says. So if you are talking about PhD, first degree, second degree, they are all academic qualifications until you have passed an exam from an association that regulates that particular profession.
But we need
Thank you,
one.
Mr. Speaker.
We need one that is relevant to the appointment. We don't just need qualification. We need relevant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I think relevant is sufficient. Our emphasis on academics is way too much. Way too much. Somebody said something which I've taken into it. It says, Ghanaians, we have qualifications without skills. Because everybody has a certificate. But what is behind the certificate, we can hardly do it. So relevant skills is sufficient for me. I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. Unfortunately for you, the ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I'll put a question on clause 16 as amended. Sorry, clause 14 as amended. All in favor of clause 14 as amended, being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Functions of the Director General.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 15. I'll put a question. All in favor of clause 15 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Appointment of Deputy Directors General.
Item XII. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 16. Amendment proposed. Subclause 2, paragraph A. Delete academic. Mr. Speaker, it's consequential. I so move.
I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 16 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. Clause 16 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17.
Functions of Deputy Director General.
Item XIII. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 17. Amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 2. Delete 15 and insert 16. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the rationale is that the cross-reference to 15 was wrong. The appropriate clause should be 16.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, item XIV. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 17, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, delete and insert the following as advertised. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the advertised amendment is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the question is clause 17 as variously amended. In order to stand part of the bill, all in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 as variously amended. In order to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Secretary to the board.
Item XV, amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 18, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, delete and insert the following as advertised. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, a proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Speaker, I support the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, the reason being that the current rendition is the head of the legal department of the authority is secretary to the board. Mr. Speaker, we are now establishing the authority. Before the department of legal, the board will have to be established with the secretary appointed. So if you want the head of legal to be the secretary of the board, then it means that at the time that the legal department is not established, the board will be without a secretary. Then the standard rendition that we have been using is to appoint a lawyer of a certain qualification as the secretary to the board. Then we'll have the rendition to say that the secretary of the board shall be the head of the legal department.
Very well. Yes, Honourable former Chief.
Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about the amendment. And maybe Honorable Anyafo may remind me if we've done that for any bill, where we are getting the president to appoint the secretary to the board. I think this is a very new innovation that I've seen. Well, Mr. Speaker, if the president is appointing the Director General and he's appointing the secretary to the board, you are setting the grounds for a lot of confusion. But if you say there will be a secretary to the board of this qualification and leave it to the board to do the appointment. But if you say the president appoints, I mean, without maybe a bad example, you know, there's an agency, I won't mention a name, where the person thinks that, you are appointed just like, doesn't want to report to the minister. And the excuse is that, Master, you are appointed just like by the president, just ask, you can't tell me what to do. Let's be careful when we are promulgating laws and we set the grounds for conflict. But if the board is appointing a legal person of this caliber, the person will be responsible to the board. But when you say that the president should appoint the board chair, appoint the Director General, who is the one to be running the day-to-day, appoint the secretary, everybody is going to come there clothed with some kind of authority that he or she may be of the same stature. So maybe Honorable Anyafo may remind me if we've done anything like that, but I think that we'll be setting the grounds for conflict. Yes, I'm mindful about what do you call it, Article 195. And apart from even 195, that almost every employee in this country is like an employee of the president. So, but let's be mindful about setting grounds for conflict. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'm very uncomfortable with the rendition, head of legal department of the authority. Mr. Speaker, there is a professional body, Chartered Institute of Secretaries and Administrators, professional bodies who are board secretaries. Why should we limit board secretaryship to lawyers when there is a professional body? So the exclusivity we are trying to create for lawyers here, Mr. Speaker, goes against best professional practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, let me listen to you.
The former Chief Whip indicated that he's mindful of Article 195 of the Constitution. But for the purposes of clarity, if we may look at Article 195 of the Constitution, it reads, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the power to appoint persons to hold or to act in an office in the public services shall vest in the President, acting in accordance with the advice of the Governing Council of the service concerned, given in consultation with the Public Services Commission. So Article 195 is clear. And 195.2 says that the President may, subject to such conditions, as he may think fit, delegate some of his functions under this article by directions in writing to the Governing Council concerned, or to a committee of the Council, or to any member of the Governing Council, or to any public officer. So, Mr. Speaker, from the constitutional point of view, everybody is appointed by the President. So, therefore, if the President is appointing somebody to act in a position of a secretary to the board, it is within the ambit of the Constitution because the power is vested in the President. The President may decide to exercise the discretion given under 195.2 to give the power to appoint to the governing body or a committee responsible or any member of the governing body. That is up to the President to exercise. So, having regard to the constitutional provision, we cannot be legislating otherwise. Mr. Speaker, we just passed the National Rules Authority Act, and if you look at Clause 17 of the law, we are saying that the President, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint a secretary for the authority. Mr. Speaker, how different is it from the rendition in the National Service Authority Bill? So, on the principles of consistency and operating within the ambit of the Constitution, particularly Article 195, I think the rendition that is being proposed by the chairman of the committee is in order. Now, with regard to Honorable Dr. Kovna Donko's concern that we are creating position for lawyers, it is because we want the person who is acting as the secretary to the board to also act as the head of legal department. So if you appoint a chartered secretary to act as the secretary to the board, then it means you must go and appoint another person who is a lawyer to be the head of legal department. So to be able to do two in one, then it means that the secretary automatically must be a lawyer to be able to act as the head of legal department. If the person is a non-lawyer, as the chartered secretary that he is proposing, it is difficult for a non-lawyer acting as a secretary of the board to also double as the head of the legal department.
Honourable members, the public service is being confused with this Article 195. Generally, recruitment is a function of administration, the function of management, not even board. The board take the major ones, the chief executive directors, then they appoint their servants below. Each one of those are appointed by the board are powers exercised on behalf of the president. So when we go to make a position that secretary to a board be appointed by the president, what we're invariably introducing is political interference, partisan political interference in the public service. So my suggestion is that we should change this rendition. There shall be a secretary to the board who shall be a lawyer, not below the 10 years at the bar. And leave that for management to do. And leave that to the board to do. Otherwise, I become president, this person sitting, he hasn't done anything wrong, he's doing his work well, but he's not in my party, they are replacing. The next one comes, they replace him. Let's leave the public service to public servants and leave the politicians out. That's my suggestion. Yes, Honorable Governor.
Mr. Speaker, once I agree with your position, once secretaries become presidential appointees, the Presidential Office Holders Act will apply. Is that the intention? I don't think that is the intention. So it is important we allow the boards to appoint. That is best corporate practice. You see, we are denigrating corporate practice and corporate governance with some of these some of these legislations that we pass. It is important that we professionalize the public service. Indeed, that is the intention of the public service. It should be a professional public service, not a political public service. It is also in the same line that, Mr. Speaker, there are lawyers who are members of the Chartered Institute of Secretaries and Administrators. There are a number of them. If we just say, is it every lawyer who can be a board secretary? Being a board secretary is a skill in itself. And that is why we have a professional body. So if the lawyer happens to be a member of the professional body, then the better. But to create this for lawyers, when all over the world, board secretaries are not always necessarily lawyers. And if lawyers who want to be board secretaries will have to belong, apply, be trained, and belong to the appropriate professional bodies. Mr. Speaker, I'm very uncomfortable about this legal monopoly we want to create through legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me listen to the majority before I come back. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think we must give the board the flexibility to appoint their secretary in accordance with the regulation that sets up the institution. Once you do that, you'll be able to look outside the box and get people who may have chartered as secretaries to run their secretariats well for them. Writing of minutes, presentation of minutes, setting up meetings and other related activities which are done by secretaries ought to be done professionally. Because even if you look at our rules, minutes of our committee meetings ought to be properly written and captured because they become source of litigation. Materials and evidence. So if you don't start from the right point and getting the right people with the right caliber, you find litigation going on at board meetings, and that would have been caused by an inexperienced person who does not have the requisite qualification to act as secretary to the board. So I think we must give the institutions the flexibility to appoint their secretaries through the board and leave the executive of the president out of this appointment. Thank you.
Zebula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at clause 18, the amendment, they said the secretary of the board is the head of the legal department of the authority. Mr. Speaker, the question is who appoints the head of the authority, the head of the legal department of the authority? Are we saying that the president will do that? In that wise, Mr. Speaker, I would propose that it should be that the head of the legal department of the authority is made the secretary to the board. I think that is straightforward.
That appears to the rendition, how we capture it about to avoid bringing the president in, whichever president is in power in, is what we want to do with now. Appointed by either the board or the management to be the head of legal, and thereby becoming the board secretary. Yes, let me listen to the deputy minister, then I'll come to yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think I am happy our chief whip, member of Parliament for Asawasi constituency. The issue is raised and the collaboration by you. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the Education Regulatory Bodies Act 17.1, and it says the board shall designate an officer of the commission not below the rank of a director as secretary to the board. So, for consistency's sake, I think that if this jurisdiction is left in the hands of the board to decide, will be more appropriate. Then that one will confirm what is already captured in the Education Regulatory Bodies Act 1023 and others. Thank you.
You are a member of the committee, so you wait. Let me listen to others. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw, I know my colleague, Honorable Anyafo, and the like have been very consistent in their efforts to be always in the chamber during bills consideration. And therefore, they try to bring a lot of experiences into it. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw all of us attention. Article 190 is talking about public services. And therefore, all the way to the 195 is specifically to public service. What we are doing by just picking a board and thinking that a board will fit into this is a huge error. And therefore, what you've done in the National Roads Authority Act is a huge error. Because those things do not fall under the public services. Secretaries to the board, no, they do not. That's why if you take, let's say, 50 bills in this house, it will interest you to know that 90% to 99% of it, the board appoints its secretary. So this new thing that you are introducing into this, you are confusing that position of board secretaries to the public services. Because if you want to just stretch it, every one of us here will qualify to fall under this. But let me give you a typical example. Parliament here, parliamentary services specifically is mentioned even under the public services. The secretary to the board of parliament services is appointed by the president. It's not. So let's be very careful. If we just stretch it that, this is public service, that one is public service, that one, so therefore the secretary should be appointed by the president, you'll be making a very huge mistake. And I'm saying that as political actors, we've been practicing this for Republic for over 3 decades. At least in our lawmaking, we should begin putting things that will even correct some of the confusions that we have on the ground. And I can bet you what we've done in the National Road Authority Act and what we are trying to do here, Mr. Speaker, in my view, we will be exacerbating the grounds for conflict if we allow the president to be appointed. Because sometimes, even to get the office of the president to do the appointment takes time. And because you don't have a secretary, then you cannot call for a meeting. Why do you want to do all that? Don't want to do all that. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead for the chair and the committee to stand down this. At least, even if they will not agree to us to take this appointment for the president, they should stand it down and let us look at other bills. But just showing what you did only yesterday, in my view, what we did in the National Road Authority Act is an error, and we must not repeat that error. By allowing the president to appoint the secretary to the board,
I think that it will be a disaster for this country going forward. Because if we keep it, that means from now on, all the boss will say president should appoint. And you know how we've been acting. For those of us who have acted as board chairs of some institutions, sometimes you go and see that the secretary have been there and they are carrying the institutional memory of the place. They've been there for over a decade because they are not political. But the moment you now put it into the ambit of politics, what it means is that every president comes because they are always looking for space to put people. So if Honorable and may God forbid, they don't get any place for you. They say, oh, he's a lawyer, he can be a board secretary here. Then when you get there, now you're also carrying all your baggage, and then probably, another bad example, Alex Hodoto is the board chair.
No.
They say, but Hodoto is my boy in parliament. Now he's this, I'll be the secretary. I mean, the conflict automatically starts.
I'm not.
Let's avoid that. Let's avoid that completely. So, Mr. Speaker, my view is that if the committee may want, we can stand this down. Let's look at other more bills, because this one is a complete error that we want to make. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Before the House take a decision to stand it down, first, Professor Nyako refers to the Education Regulatory Bodies Act. The Education Regulatory Bodies Act allows the board to designate a person who is already appointed by the president. This is not the issue we are talking about here. Because in the Education Regulatory Bodies Act, which I feature in all the processes of amendment, we are talking about a designation of the person already appointed. Now, Honorable Muntaka is making reference to Article 190. Mr. Speaker, it is strike learning that in reading the provisions of a constitution, you must read the provision as a whole to get to the meaning. The provision is talking about public services of Ghana shall include. So if you apply the adjudicem generis rule, it is not limited to what is stated here. It goes beyond that. And if you look at the B, that is the A. The B is saying public corporations other than those set up as commercial ventures. And then the C is saying public services established by this constitution. And then the D, the particular reference is the D. Such other public services as Parliament may by law prescribe. And this particular authority is being created by an act of Parliament. So after creating it as an act of Parliament, within the meaning of Article 190 of the Constitution, it qualifies to come under 191D. So it's also qualified as public services, because Parliament is now going to be by law, enacted by Parliament, establish the National Service Authority. So once Parliament is the one establishing it, within the meaning of Article 190, both 1 and 2, it qualifies to be a public services commission. So, Speaker, the issue that I was raising is that whether you like it or not, by the power to appoint into a public services is vested in the president. The president may decide to delegate. If any other body other than the president is doing appointment into public services, then such a body or a person is exercising a delegated function. So if you look at it clearly, it is subject to the provisions of this constitution. The power to appoint persons to hold or to act in an office in a public service shall vest in the president, acting in accordance with the advice of the governing council of the service concerned, given in consultation with the Public Services Commission. That is why in most of the laws that we pass, when it even comes to the appointment of other staff, the responsibility based on Article 195 is given to the president. Particularly the National Rules Authority Act that we have passed. Clause 19.1 deals with the appointment of other staff. And if you look at 19.1, it said the president shall
in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint other staff of the authority. So it means that other staff of the authority will also be appointed by the president. If we come to the bill under reference, the same clause 19 of the bill under reference is also talking about appointment of other staff. So I do not know why we should have a problem with the president appointing the secretary to the board. In any case, whether the secretary will be appointed by the board or not is under a power vested in the president. So the president is giving that particular power by way of delegation. So if you are giving it directly to the board, what happens if constitutionally the president doesn't want to exercise the power to delegate? So there will be a constitutional challenge. That is why I believe that all these laws are being crafted, taking into consideration the article, the meaning that should be ascribed to Article 195 of the Constitution. The problem may not be the law, but the problem may be the Constitution, because all the powers of the appointment are vested in the president. That is exactly what the reason is saying. So, Mr. Speaker, my submission in response is that the authority, once it is being created by an act of parliament within the meaning of Article 191D, it qualifies as public service, unless it is not parliament that is establishing it. The 1901D is very clear, because parliament is now prescribing. At first, Mr. Speaker, the national service was a scheme established by the National Service Scheme Act, 1980, Act 426. But now, owing to the challenges that they are having, the law is now to establish it as an authority. So once it is being established as an authority, it qualifies as Public Services Commission, and with the power given to the president to do the appointment, we cannot pass law to take away that particular power from the president. The law would have been ultra vires, Article 195 of the Constitution. So it is something that we can look at a different level when we are reviewing the Constitution, and then we can question as to whether or not appointment to public services, the power should be vested in the president or it should be vested in the governing body. But given our constitutional dispensation, it's difficult to do otherwise, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the suggestion that we defer it, I suggest that we defer that clause for further consideration, because technically the president has the power to appoint everybody, but the president does not. He does not appoint everybody. He appoints only directors and then leaves the people below the directors to be appointed by the directors. Where do we want the solicitor secretary or the lawyer to be? I think the secretary to the board ordinarily should be the institutional memory. And if we subject such a person to the partisan control associated with our presidential elections, I think that we'll be compromising the boards. So, but I agree with the suggestion that we defer consideration of that for further discussion. So, Chairman, let's proceed to, let's defer clause 18. So I'll take the questions of clause 19 now. Clause 19.
Appointment of other staff.
Clause 20.
Regional and district offices of the authority.
Clause 21.
Regional and district directors.
Clause 22.
Internal audit unit.
Honourable members, there are no advertised amendments for the clauses aforementioned. Put the questions on clauses 19, 20, and 21. Yes.
Then, consequentially, clause 19 should be deferred.
because clause 19 is talking about appointment of other staff, which may even be a staff below the secretary to the board. Because the president shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint other staff of the authority that are necessary for the effective and efficient performance of the functions of the authority.
There has never been an issue with those ones. Let's leave that. The one which we have issues with is appointing a chief executive, appointing board members, and then coming to appoint the secretary to the board. That's why we are referring that. But other stuff, we don't have a problem with that. Yes. So I'll put a question on clauses.
Mr. Speaker, I just checked the NCA Act, and I just realized that when an authority is being set up, that power is given to the president to appoint the secretary and other staff. It's worrying, but that is what is in some of the legislations in pari material. Secretary, in accordance with Article 195, it's clear. I just had a discussion with Honorable Mintaka. It's quite worrying, but that's what has been.
Well, we'll say we'll defer that for further consideration. So let's proceed with 19, 20, 21, and 22. All in favor of clauses 19, 20, 21, and 22 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 19, 20, 21, and 22 are ordered to stand part of the bill. But before I continue, let me acknowledge the presence of Bachona JHSA, a school that has visited Parliament today. They are made up of 60 students or pupils. They are led by a teacher named Mr. Godfred Tete, and they are from the Tamil West constituency. Where is Honorable Kalasa Inkra? Very well. You are welcome to Parliament of Ghana. That's right. You may resume your seat. We shall continue with clause 23.
Funds of the authority.
Item XVII. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 23, amendment proposed. Paragraph C. Before donations, insert loans. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XVIII. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 23, amendment proposed. Paragraph D, lines 1 and 2. Delete, including fees payable to the authority for a service rendered by the authority. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I support the chairman's amendment. So the new rendition will be D, internally generated funds. Mr. Speaker, every internally generated funds is made up of fees payable to the authority for services that we have rendered. So anytime the authority renders service for which fees are payable, it's part of the internally generated fund. So on the principle of brevity, we don't need to state including fees payable as a result of service rendered by the authority. It's part of internally generated funds.
Honourable members, the question is all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, item XIX. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 23, amendment proposed, paragraph E, delete. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
You explain.
Yes.
This is consequential because these are also internally generated funds.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I'll put a question on tar clause 23. And the question is 23 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 23 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now item XX, the proposed new clause. Yes, Chairman.
Speaker, new clause, amendment proposed. Add the following new clause after clause 21 as advertised. After 23 as advertised. Mr. Speaker, this new clause is to provide for the authority to be able to obtain loans on their own as an authority. That's why the new clause. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, this is consistent.
Let me listen to the ranking member too. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We are proposing this amendment for one or two reasons. We know that National Service Scheme, as it is now, has been engaging some business activities. For instance, drilling of boreholes and other activities from which they derive a lot of resources, especially agriculture. Now, if we give them the opportunity to take loans, it will expand their business. We also believe that as an authority or as a scheme that it is now, it's giving entrepreneurship training to a lot of service personnel. So for construction, if they are able to go into the job market and contracts, then they can go for a loan and execute government projects that can expand their IGF for them to do a number of developments. That's why we are proposing that they should be granted that opportunity, but must be in conformity with existing laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment, though I have my own challenges. But once I've been defeated on the floor against consistency, the amendment should be allowed. Mr. Speaker, my problem is that by clause 1 and 2 of the bill, we are establishing, Mr. Speaker, if I may read, there is established by this act the National Service Authority as a body corporate. So, Mr. Speaker, every body corporate that is established has a legal capacity. It is a juristic person, and it can do what human being can do. Do we need law to tell us as persons to go and take a loan before we take the loan? Mr. Speaker, following that, 1(2) is saying that the authority may, in the performance of the functions of the authority, acquire and hold property, dispose of property, and enter into a contract or any other related transactions. So, taking a loan is a matter of a contract being entered into by a person that we are creating. So, without an express provision in the law.
Honourable member, who funds that authority?
It's the government.
Is the Minister of Finance?
Yeah.
That's why it's important that when you're going to take loans, for which the government is the fiduciary loan taker.
Yes.
He must know.
Yes, but at the end of the day, we have passed the Public Financial Management Act, which set out those requirements already. So, without making express provision in the law, referring to the Public Financial Management Act, we set out the requirement for this body corporate to go and take loan. It doesn't matter whether this provision is here or not. If this provision is not here, though established as a body corporate, when you want to take the loan, you comply with the Public Financial Management Act. So for me, this particular rendition is superfluous. But as I indicated, I've been defeated on the floor, and for consistency, because it is in other laws, we should allow it to stay. But left to me alone, this rendition is superfluous.
Out of abundance of caution, knowing how political actors behave, we must put it there. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I really see no harm in maintaining the amendment that has been proposed. For the sake of specificity and to be clear on matters, I think that it is the right thing to do. So, whilst, Honorable Hereford may have challenges and may describe it as superfluous, we believe very strongly that it will serve a good purpose. And therefore, I support the amendment.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I direct the draft persons to place this new clause appropriately within the bill. Now, clauses 24 onwards. So, clause 24.
Bank account.
Clause 25.
Expenses of the authority.
Clause 26.
Accounts and audit.
Clause 27.
Annual report and other reports.
Yes, Honorable Garbanonko, before I put the question.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment for clause 26(2), which says the board shall submit the accounts of the authority to the Auditor General for audit at the end of each financial year. Mr. Speaker.
In that case, let me take the vote on the others. Then we'll come and vote at debate 27. Right.
Thank you.
So, there's no advertised amendment for clause 24. All in favor of clause 24 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Expenses of the authority.
All in favor of clause 25 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. All in favor of clause 27 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 is ordered to stand part of a bill. Now I'm returning to clause 26. Honorable member is proposing amendment to clause 26(2). Is that right? Yes. Move your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, the board shall submit the accounts of the authority to the Auditor General for audit at the end of each financial year. I will want to add.
Honorable members, Honorable Speaker, to take the chair. So continue whilst we are.
Okay. I will want to add within 3 months after the end of the financial year. Mr. Speaker, we have encountered this problem with a number of the state-owned enterprises, which by definition now includes all these authorities. And increasingly, for best practice, you have to give them a specific time. And therefore, amending to add within 3 months. If you following from that, you will find the Auditor General having 6 months within which to. And therefore, if we add the 3 months, it gives a very specific time frame for which the financials of the authority should be available. Indeed, by Act 992, the Companies Code, companies have 3 months to even have their accounts audited within 3 months. And if we are going to improve corporate governance with these authorities, let's give them 3 months to prepare their accounts. But within 6 months, the accounts should be audited by the Auditor General. So I move for the amendment to state that
the board shall submit the accounts of the authority to the Auditor General to audit for each financial year within 3 months after the end of the financial year. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Now when did you
Thank
come
you.
in that year?
Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
I was holding the fort for you. And whilst you sit in the chair, somebody must be behind, ensuring that the fort and the castle is stable. And that's exactly what I was doing in my capacity as your nephew. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my senior. It's a standard practice. In fact, if you read at 99, the Public Financial Management Act, the new order is that within 3 months, the board should be done with the audit. It is then submitted to Auditor General, and within another 6 months, it is submitted to Parliament. So without belaboring the point, it's standard practice. Thank you.
So let me put a question. Honourable members, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 26 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now we move to clause 28.
Persons qualified to undertake national service.
Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Yes, thank please. You, Mr. Speaker. Clause 28, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph C, delete. Mr. Speaker, we're deleting this paragraph because this provision is inconsistent with the provision requiring persons above 40 years to apply for exemption in clause 34. The provision ought to be deleted in order to maintain the requirement for exemption and to enable persons above 40 years to voluntarily offer themselves to undertake national service. That's the reason why. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion is moved. It's for the consideration of the House. Yes, please.
With your leave, I may want to depart from the committee's position, simply because clause 28(1)(c) is saying that a person is qualified to undertake national service if that person is below 40 years at the time of completion of the course of study. Mr. Speaker, I feel strongly that there is a jurisprudence or a reason for which the national service is pegged at 40 years, below which you are not qualified to do national service. So, above 40 years, you are not qualified to do national service. So, my view is that this particular rendition should be allowed to stay, so that national service, which has a youth in character, should be up to 40 years. Above 40 years, then you are not eligible to do national service. So the qualification of national service should be between 80 and 40 years. And if you are completing a course of study after the year 40 years, it means that within the meaning of the rendition as it is, you are not qualified to do national service. Mr. Speaker, if by law you are not qualified to do national service, then there is no need for you applying for an exemption in order not to do national service, unless we have a reason for which you have to apply for exemption other than basing it on the qualification to do national service. Mr. Speaker, if I am not qualified to pay tax, why would I have to apply to be exempted from payment of tax? If you attain the age of 60 years and you are on retirement, you don't contribute social security. What do you have to apply to be exempted from the contribution of social security? So, Mr. Speaker, the age limit of 40 years, I feel strongly it is proper and should be allowed to stay.
Yes, Honorable Tawia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't see clarity in what Honorable Ahiafo stated. The national service is for the youth of the country, admitted, but eligibility is for all who have graduated from universities or tertiary institutions. So the point is, at 40, if it is not mandatory for you to undertake, at least you should have the option to participate in it, so that you are not bad. In essence, is saying that you are 40, so you can't even do it. No, I would prefer a situation where at 40, you are not required. However, if you volunteer to undertake it, then you should be allowed to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for... Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will support the position that above 40 years, you'll be exempted from national service. Mr. Speaker, in other areas, for example, in regimes where, or in countries where they have conscription to the army, there's always a cutoff. There's always a cutoff, and 40 is a good cutoff for national service. Anybody completing tertiary education after 40 would have already gone through a long struggle to get to tertiary institution. And for the person to be asked to undertake national service will not be in the interest of the person. No. If anybody wants to volunteer for national service, you can do anything else other than join the national service scheme. You can do the Voluntary Work Camps Association of Ghana, of which I used to be a member. There are all avenues open for voluntary work, but it should not be the national service scheme. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with Honorable Ahiafo that we maintain the 40 years and below, because my understanding of national service is that others have contributed towards your education. Because more often than not, tertiary education, tuition is free. And so my understanding of national service is that because those older than you or those in service have contributed towards your education, at least you should also contribute towards national development. And if you look at national service, all of us, when we left university, were youthful. So I would argue that we maintain the 40 years and below, except that maybe we might want to add a clause that says that you should inform the National Service Authority or apply to seek clearance. Because when you are 40, you may want to write to them that I'm 40 years, I'm not supposed to do national service. And you may get something to prove that indeed you are exempted. I think that with that, I'll go with Honorable Ahiafo. We should cap it at 40, and that will be okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, I want to argue that the current rendition as proposed by the chair of the committee stands. Mr. Speaker, there are some who haven't done another service, but beyond the age of 40 years, apply for exemptions, and they are given. So what prevents some persons who will want to offer their services to the nation voluntarily. I mean, I don't see anything wrong about that. As we sit here, there are some who are 50 years, but they also want to pursue a different program of study. Ordinarily, those persons shouldn't, but they want to acquire certain additional knowledge or expertise. There are some persons who genuinely will want to offer themselves to obtain certain skills in areas that they don't even have. And if it is voluntarily and it's not having a burden on the national kitty, I don't see anything wrong with that. On the other hand, we are encouraging persons to voluntarily serve, and that is something we need to inculcate, in the general population, not only beyond that age. Even voluntary service among the youth is something we need to promote. So, Madam Speaker, I'll plead that we accept the proposal by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also express my view on that point. Mr. Speaker, I think that capping the national service at 40 will not be good enough. We are going to be denying a good number of people who are above 40 and still want to render service to their country. Aside that, we all know that this time is very difficult to come by a job. And so the national service offers people the opportunity to gain work experience and probably to subsequently have the opportunity to get job opportunities for themselves. So if we deny them, then it means that what we are doing is that we are putting a stumbling block on those who probably are ready to avail themselves to serve their nation.
Well, what is the policy of government in this matter? Is the policy that national service is for the youth? Is that the policy? It hasn't come out clear in the memorandum. It's not clear. Well, if it is for the youth, there's a definition for the youth in our earlier laws. 40 years cannot be youth. But what we know as a law in this country. So if it is for the youth, they should be clear, and we make sure that 28 captures that sense. But I thought it was an opportunity being created for any Ghanaian above 18 to serve the nation. National service. Why should it be only the youth that should be qualified to serve the nation? Why? Why only the youth? Any other person should be prepared to serve his nation or her nation. There may be situations of emergency where you don't only expect the youth to serve. We are all called upon to serve. So why do you want to limit it to 40? But if the policy is that you only want the youth, let's say so, and go by the definition of youth. 40 cannot be considered as a youthful person. The definition of the youth is up to the age of 35, right? That is what we adopted in this country. 35. Other countries is below 35. There was some debate earlier on. If you go through the laws, the two parties did not agree on the age. But the definition of the United Nations is a guide as to the age brackets of the term youth. And I think that's what we finally adopted in the National Youth Policy. So if we are limiting it to the youth, then we have to use that age, not 40. I will, in this respect, plead that we defer consideration of the clause and for you to take a second look at it. Chairman, kindly lead your committee to look at it so that tomorrow when we come back to it, we'll be properly guided after cross-checking on government policy. And if this government policy should be youth, then let's use the age bracket for the definition of youth. If on the other hand, it is not just limited to only youth, but to all Ghanaians, then we know what to do to improve on the draft that is before us. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the policy of the National Service is for all citizens who have obtained tertiary education. It did not say youth that would have been being qualified by the 35 years. No. They say after complete a citizen after complete a tertiary education. That is why we are saying that the 40 years must not be there. But after 40 years, fine. If you want an exemption, you can write to the National Service Authority for an exemption. But even if you are 60 and you still want to obtain the National Service Certificate as a good citizen, you can apply to the service. And when you are given the opportunity, you have to apply before you qualify to serve as a national service person. So if you apply and they refuse your application, it means you cannot. But even if you are 60, 65 and you complete your tertiary education and you want to serve your nation in that capacity, you must be given the opportunity to serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I am not clear on the policy. Reading through the memorandum, it gives the impression that there is a qualification. And that qualification is what Clause 28 is trying to define. Because if you look at paragraph 1 of the memorandum, it talks about to mobilize and post persons qualified to undertake national service. And they mention the areas. And then when you come to paragraph 4, on the same page, it says the Ghana National Service Scheme Act 1980 established the National Service with the core mandate of mobilizing and deploying Ghanaian citizens of 18 years and above for national priority development programs through a mandatory national service program. And so when you come to the clause 28, you see the 28 is trying to define. And that's why the age of 40 was proposed. Below 40 years at the time of completion of the course of study. But again, in the memorandum, there's a mention of above 18 years. Above 18 years. See, is there Ghanaian citizens of 18 years and above for national priority development, tracing the history of the bill. And now, because of the changes historically, they now want to give us a new definition. That's why 28 is being proposed. But you know, if it's just after tertiary, the new generation that we have, you have people completing tertiary education earlier than 18 years. There are some people who complete earlier than 18 years. And that is why I'm saying that we should be clear. If it is a policy of government that is meant for youth, then we know we talk about 18, and in fact 28 is not talking about 18. But if it is youth, you can also be talking about 40 or below 40, because youth is not up to that. Youth is not more than 35 years. And then we can use that. But I'm saying, if it is national service, why should you limit it to only youth, not all Ghanaians or citizens? There is a flood in an area, and you need people to offer service. It's not only those that are employed that are offering national service. We all do. Do we need to legislate to now define in such a way that even when you want to, you are not qualified to do that? Because sometimes when you do that, the state may want to compensate you for offering a national service, not necessarily the allowance that they are paid to the youth that are unemployed. So we have to take our time to look at it properly. That's why I was deferring it for you to consider it further. But I'm guided by you too. Yes, Prof.
Mr. Speaker, you are making a lot of sense. If you look at the current Act 426, it talks about youth beyond the age of 18 years. But in practice, that is not done. In practice, it is restricted to those who have obtained tertiary education. And that is a defect in the law that we need to correct. Mr. Speaker, sub-portions of the memorandum attached to the bill talks about what the paragraph says. The bill seeks to establish an authority as a body corporate with the requisite legal capacity to develop and implement policies and programs for national service. The bill also provides for collaboration between relevant institutions to create a safety net for graduates who successfully complete their mandatory national service. So, talking about graduates, there are some who obtain their first degrees at the age of 50 years. So they also fall within those we are looking for in terms of the voluntary service. But on a large scale, majority of them will fall within the youth bracket, those who have gone through the tertiary education system. That was why I said earlier on that providing that option of voluntary service could also be an opportunity to benefit those, especially who are beyond the age restriction, because of how the tertiary education landscape is now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think you are directing our minds to some very fundamental policy considerations that we can reflect on as a country, and perhaps individual members can consider introducing amendments to try and capture. But, Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that we also have a Children's Act. And the Children's Act is also clear on issues of child labor and the age at which a child, is a child and therefore cannot work in the sense of working that would fall within the confines of this legislation. So the question really is, can we employ a person who is below the age of 18? Can we do that? Even if the person graduated from the university at age 16, can we employ the person, to perform national service? So I think that is one thing that we should consider. And also the policy over the years seems to me to have been clear that we are focusing on graduates of tertiary institutions. Graduates of tertiary institutions.
And I think the whole idea has been to see how we can take advantage of that category, utilize their labor for a year or two, and then prepare them for the job market. And people have used the scheme as a stepping stone to find placements in organizations. And then also, people graduate from universities, and everywhere that they apply to, they are asking for job experience. And most people haven't had the opportunity to actually work for anybody or any institution in order to have anything that looks like job experience. But the National Service, program enables graduates to work in institutions that give them that opportunity to present something as evidence of having worked with an institution and therefore providing some level of job experience that can make employers want to engage them. So I think the policy has largely been clear. What I think is an issue that we should perhaps look at is why we are saying that below 40 years. Why below 40 years? If somebody who is below 40 years has never worked in any formal setting, has been a private actor, a farmer, whatever it is, goes to the university, now graduates at 42, 43, why should that person not be entitled to also do national service? I can understand if the person has worked in institutions and etc., has some job experience, and after graduating can use it to apply for a job. But if the person has never worked in any institution, no formal setting, not been exposed to any formal setting, and now graduates after 40 years, and you say that person cannot benefit from performing national service, then he or she becomes disadvantaged when applying for a job in the job market. And so if people who have graduated and are above 40 volunteer to do national service, why shouldn't we give them the opportunity? So I wait to hear from the proponents of the bill why the 40, but then I would rather suggest that we make it flexible so that if anybody above 40 volunteers to do it, the person should be allowed to do it. That's my proposal.
It's not even volunteering. It's that the opportunity is there. We should not close the door to them. We should grant them the opportunity to also serve. As to the youth, I chaired the committee when we were considering the Children's Act. The Children's Act age for work is lower than 18. Is the risk element that is considered. But from 15, a child can engage in some type of work. But it's the risk element you have to look at. And that's why 18, then you are mature enough to take decisions. And that's why you are qualified to vote. And you can do about 15 and 18, there's some type of work that the youth can engage in. So I don't want us to close the door, but we should create the opportunity for people of all ages to be able to offer national service. But if you say no, you want youth, then let's go by the age defined as youth. And I've read a number of paragraphs referring to youth. For example, at Roman 4 of the memorandum, before they went to the clauses, it says the bill considers the need to equip the youth, particularly national service personnel, with skills relevant to the job market, both as employees and entrepreneurs. We need that tutelage, we need that internship, we need that mentorship, we need that entrepreneurship development at that early age. But that should not be limited to only that. There are a lot of you who come, for example, into politics because of the job market, and you are in politics for so many years, you get to 40. Then you are appointed a minister of state. You don't know what is law and order because you never worked in a hierarchical body. You don't even know how to mean it. And then you are made a minister. And because of the perception that you've been given authority and power, when you go to run the ministry, you run it like an autocrat. You don't have to work with people, how to know that you are just to inspire. You are just to motivate. And it is the people that you are leading that actually deliver the service. So why not allow people to also engage in that service and learn, experiential learning? Why do you want to close the door to them just because you are above 40? That is my challenge. But as I said, I want them to go and reconsider it, and then we can continue the debate tomorrow. Then we handle some urgent matter that I think we should do today. Yes.
Speaker, I've been away. I've just come, so I want to have a bite on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I agree with you entirely, especially if we look at the long title of the legislation. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, it reads, an act to establish the National Service Authority to mobilize and post persons qualified to undertake national service in areas of national priority for national development, inculcate the values of civic responsibility, discipline, patriotism, national cohesion, and voluntarism in persons qualified to undertake national service, and promote employability, entrepreneurship, technology, and innovation among persons qualified to undertake national service, and provide for related matters. Mr. Speaker, in the long title, there's no hint of being a service established for the youth. It is not the establishment of a National Youth Service Authority. We are establishing a National Service Authority. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the bracket of population between 40 to 60, it's huge. Especially when our tertiary institutions are still running adult education programs, where persons above 40 are now seeking to pursue their tertiary institution education. And especially also because the requirement to produce a national service certificate is a sine qua non to apply to any public institution in this country now. So we cannot by legislation, Mr. Speaker, bar persons who have obtained tertiary education above 40 years, but we tell them that they are not eligible to perform national service. And like it happened last year, about a year ago, when flooding happened in the Volta region, we were all here crying for people to go and help. It was not only the youth that were crying for to come in and assist, to undertake mobilization and do cleanup. We were looking up to all manner of persons, the young, the aged, the able. And I think that between 40 and 60, that is 20 years before you retire. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we must not by legislation do this. Let's allow the authority, anybody who is, in fact, even after post-retirement, if you are able, you can do national service, voluntarism, can offer service to this nation. So I disagree, I agree with you that the proposal to limit the eligibility criteria to 40 years ought not to be adopted. We must leave it open-ended. But like Speaker said, from above 18 years, you are eligible. If you are 75 and you can teach in a secondary school after retirement, you should be able to offer that service as part of national service. You should be able to do that. No, retirement, you are not on the public payroll. But as a national service, you are on allowance. But you can teach. I've been taught by persons who are above 70 in sixth form. Professors. The person has retired, but he's from home, Mauli School. He taught us physics. And he was very good.
So honorable members, please,
Speaker,
will I
thank
go
you
back
for the opportunity.
to my decision that let's defer consideration on this clause and the whole bill and then handle an urgent matter, which I consider urgent, and rather from the beginning it was seen by all of us as an urgent matter. It has taken 1 good year now. It has taken away the urgency, but we need to be heard to put finality to this business. Yes, please.
Speaker, I was struck by 28C. And Speaker, you rightly observe and also counsel duly. I just stepped out of my position to engage the chair. And it does appear to me, unless he speaks otherwise, that it's a matter of the chair communicating, because he appears to be holding the same view that that provision should be made open. And I think the Honorable Dafiameko captured the sentiment well. So probably we should give the chairman the opportunity to communicate properly the amendment he's proposing and what you spoke to me about, so that we can all capture the sense of the views you are holding, which I think is not different from what the Speaker is advising. So, Chair, Speaker, with your leave, if you may, and Speaker, I know we have a number of businesses that you put priority on, and also Committee of Selection will have to meet. But if we can just indulge him to communicate the amendment he's holding, then I'm sure all of us will be at the same wavelength. Essentially, I think we are saying the same thing, but it's a matter of how contextually he's communicating, and that is what I feel the communication is not coming out well.
Yeah, Chairman, let's hear you then.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are only deleting C under 28, which stipulates that you must be below 40 years, else you cannot undertake national service. And here we are saying that the provision is inconsistent with the provision requiring persons years to apply for exemption in clause 34. So if you are above 40, you've not done national service and you want an exemption, apply to the authority. If it's given, fine. But if you are above 40 and you still want to, because you have obtained a tertiary certificate, then you go in for it. This is simple. And majority of members have contributed to accept, as you, the Speaker, you are saying, you are with us. So just, Mr. Speaker, if you would put the question so that we can go forward, and I think that should be it.
Well, we haven't gotten to 34 yet, but I get the sense of your proposed amendment, which actually is in sync with the views that we've all expressed. So we can take the 28. When we get to the 34, the issue of exemptions, then we look at it properly. With this, I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. It means that we'll take the additional amendment to clause 28. Yes?
Clause 28, amendment proposed, subclause 2, line 1, delete person and insert citizens. And in line 3, after service, delete all the words up to the end of the line 4. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm moving this amendment because this category of people is already included in the category internally. Oh, sorry. That's no, that is yeah, that's a different one altogether. Clause 30 is split into two separate clauses to reflect the main ideas of the notice for the user of the agencies. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Why do you want us to delete person? Because the person in clause 28, where you have 28(1), we started there with a person is qualified. So that person is defined already. Do you need to be deleting it? It means that anywhere there's person now, you have to substitute it with citizen.
Mr. Speaker,
But that introduction comes after 28. But before 28, you are using person. Then when you come to after 28, then you start using citizen. That is not consistent. So we already know that person that we are talking about is talking about the person with A, B in 28(1). You see, the person is not just only a citizen, but should have completed a course of study at a tertiary education institution. That is the person they are referring to in 2.2. So if you now say citizen, then you are introducing a new term which doesn't include the course of study. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the person must be a citizen of Ghana.
Yes.
That's why we are qualifying the person here using the word citizen. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in clause 28(1), we are saying a person is qualified to undertake national service if that person, A, is a citizen, B, has completed a course of study at a tertiary education institution, and then we are proposing that the C be deleted. So the 2 is saying that a person who completes a course of study at a tertiary education institution in a foreign country shall, on return to the country, undertake national service. So there is no need changing the person here to a citizen, because in 1, he's saying that that person must be a citizen. So the person in 2 is already defined to be a citizen. So I only agree with the chairman that the rest of the rendition, if that person is qualified under subsection 1 to undertake national service, because subsection 1 is talking about the criteria, or is talking about who is qualified to do national service. And then the 2 is just laying emphasis on the fact that even where you undertake your course of outside of the studies outside Ghana, on your return to the country, you would have to undertake national service. So the new rendition should be a person who completes a course of study at a tertiary education institution in a foreign country shall, on return to the country, undertake national service.
You see, let's don't continue this old school mentality. When you look at the 28(1), B has not specified where you do the course. It says has completed a course of study at a tertiary education institution. It didn't say in Ghana or anywhere. So why are you now introducing foreign? Are you saying that a foreign here means a person must physically move outside there? Because if I sit here and through the usual distant education, online, study in the university outside any country, am I caught under 28.2? Because now education is global. And as we have our institutions here, people are studying from University of Ghana, Legon, in UK, in US. Will you consider that as foreign? So I don't even think that clause 2 is necessary. It's not. So the clause, the 28 should be, a person is qualified to undertake national service if that person is a citizen and has completed a course of study at a tertiary education institution. That's it. And we leave 2. Yes, Honorable Member.
Speaker, I agree with you in total. Speaker, especially because obtaining tertiary level education now, it's not necessarily by moving into the institution. It can be done online. Whilst you sit here, you can obtain tertiary level education from Oxford without necessarily moving. So, Speaker is right. We amend as he has proposed and delete 2. So we make progress.
Members, let me put the question on clause 28. You differ.
Speaker, I have an issue with 28(1)(a), citizen. Speaker, have we considered the plight of refugees resident in our country? Because under the international law on refugees, we are not allowed to discriminate against refugees that are resident in our country. So if a refugee family resident in Ghana send their child through our educational system, and that person graduates from our public institutions, this law will discriminate against a person like that because he's not a citizen and can therefore not participate in the national service program. So I'm thinking that given the developments that have taken place in society, we should open this up to other people other than citizens of Ghana. Once they are resident in the country and attain a certain level of education, we should benefit from their skills and their services. So I think we should rethink our insistence that it is only citizens in our country that must participate in national service. I know it's never really happened, we've never really thought about it, but how about permanent residents? How about refugees that have lived here, have gone through our educational systems? How about their children who have graduated from our universities? Shouldn't we open this up to them also to participate and offer national service? I mean, that is something that as a House we should think about. But I think that legally the discrimination against refugees is something that we must carry on board when we are looking at legislation like this.
The term discriminate only applies in law when it's negative. If it is positive, it is not discriminate. We encourage positive discrimination. For example, The gender card, if we don't positively discriminate, we will never equalize. So the fact that the refugees or non-citizens are not captured by this law doesn't mean we are discriminating against them. Well, they can directly get employment without offering national service, because we are using the term national service. And to be a national of a country, you have to be a citizen. That is the challenge. So if they become citizens, because there are processes, if you are a refugee or whatever, you can apply to become a citizen and become a national, then the law applies. But without that, you are free to go directly and be employed. And that is not a discrimination. I mean, that's my understanding. But deputy majority leader,
quite interesting. I think you are spot on, Speaker, and you premise your observation by saying that it's a very positive discrimination, and our colleague was emphasizing the fact that that in itself is a form of a discrimination which is not appropriate. I tend to tilt a bit towards him because we also need to get a bit innovative as a country moving forward. So he has a point. He has a point. And Speaker, you are also right, emphasizing the fact that the intendment is national service. And if you don't have that status, you have no business, being part of the whole scheme or process anyway. But I think probably, I want to suggest that maybe the winnowing team should engage the sponsors of this bill. And then we can get clarity. We can get clarity on this matter. On this occasion, Speaker, you are right. But my good friend, Honorable Ayariga, is also making sense. And I don't know. Probably the sponsors will set it in context for us.
Yes, Honorable Agalga, you are insisting. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to the object of the bill and to agree with the position Mr. Speaker has espoused with respect to the issue of discrimination raised by Honorable Mahama Yarga. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the object of the bill, particularly 2A, clause 2B, it reads as follows: inculcate the values of civic responsibility, discipline, patriotism, national and voluntarism in persons qualified under Section 2.8. Mr. Speaker, I am interested in the word patriotism. How do you inculcate patriotism in a foreigner, a non-citizen? No, I'm making a point. I'm making a point to debunk the example Honorable Mahama Yarga just gave with respect to refugees. You see, if you look at the refugee law, they are not persons who are hosted because they desire to be hosted as refugees. And so they come under a special international legal regime and protection. Their status at a point in time can come under cessation. When cessation clauses are applied, Mr. Speaker, at that point they are even free to apply for the citizenship of host countries. They can naturalize, they can apply for permanent resident status when they attain the status of cessation as refugees. And so when a bill talks about national service reserved for citizens to the exclusion of refugees, it cannot be said that the refugees have been discriminated against. because refugees, even under international law, are only allowed to work under very limited circumstances. Very limited circumstances. So, like you rightly put it, Mr. Speaker, this cannot be said to be discriminatory. Citizens are citizens. Every country, Mr. Speaker, discriminates in favor of its citizens. When you find yourself in a state of war, Mr. Speaker, all of us as citizens can be compelled to go and fight in defense of our country. But non-citizens cannot be compelled. In fact, there are foreign missions who bring airplanes here and try to evacuate them out of the danger zone. But those of us who are nationals, a ban may even be placed on us not to travel. We'll be ordered to stay behind and fight to defend our country. And that is where the inculcation of the values of patriotism comes into play. So, Mr. Speaker, with these words, I think that I'll persuade my brother Mama Yerga to withdraw.
I will, if you insist, say that we defer consideration and consider the things, but if not, I put the question. Okay?
Speaker, pursuant to Section 11, 1 and 2 of PNDC Law 305D, that is the Ghana Refugees Law, the refugees have special rights and duties. For instance, in Ghana, if you are granted refugee status, and in doing so, your recognition as a refugee is subject to a lot of conventions and protocols, which is the AU Convention on Refugees, the UN, and all that.
Yeah.
So, what you are permitted to possess or allowable for you to be issued is the residence permit, but they are not issued with work permits. So, they don't have the rights under PNDC Law 305D to work, even in a voluntary capacity, because you are granted a refugee status. Yeah. So humbly, I think the Honorable Ayariga brought a very interesting perspective. But the PNDC Law 305 already caters for the rights and duties of the refugees under that act. And so any other rights will be subject to it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, honorable members, yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to give a suggestion based on other jurisdictions and what they do. In some jurisdictions, I just checked, in a country like Singapore, the permanent residents or people with permanent or residence permits partake in the national service. It's done there, it's done in Israel, they do it in South Korea and the Philippines. So we can also learn from those practices.
Those are peculiar circumstances. Singapore, as you know, is not even up to the size of Greater Accra. And therefore, sometimes there's a need to add others to your numbers. The same for Israel, and you know when South Korea came under serious attack in 1953 from North Korea, where they had that war, they even had to come to Africa to get soldiers to go and assist them. Ethiopia sent over 2,600 soldiers to fight them and to get their liberation, South Korea. Now look at where South Korea is. Look at where Ethiopia is. They need South Korea to also come and fight that battle for them, to save them, but they are not coming. In the US and UK, Honorable Ayerga can be a director, and then under him can be assistant directors. But once the assistant directors are citizens, their salaries will be higher than him as their director. That one, they don't see it as discrimination. That is what is happening. A lady and a gentleman in the UK will be doing the same job. The gentleman will be paid more than the lady. The same people propagating human rights and equality. But they don't see anything wrong with it. Why do we always carry dismantled and to our disadvantage. At least my experience has shown that we should also now be a bit self-conscious and create opportunities that we can also take advantage of instead of always looking out and getting our hands tied up by some ideals that are being preached but not practiced by the preachers. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it the honorable member who is always glued at my back?
Yes, permanently glued at your back. But when you turn, you don't see me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think when we look at Article 41 of the National Constitution, duties of a citizen, when we're at age, to defend Ghana and render national service when necessary.
That's right.
So I think it cures this issue.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
So, honorable members, I put the question, and the question is that we have variously amended clause 28, and clause 28 now stands as a person. There's no 28(1), it's just only 28. A person is qualified to undertake national service if that person, A, is a citizen, and B, has completed a course of study at a tertiary education institution. Those in favor of this proposed rendition, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. So I put the question on the whole of clause 28, and the question is that clause 28, as variously amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, with this, I plead with you for us to defer further consideration on this bill for today, so that we can continue tomorrow. We need to handle, as I proposed earlier on, one urgent matter, which has been pending before us for 1 year now. Honorable members, you recall that last year a statement was made here by one of you. Yes, sorry. We have now come to the consideration of the National Service Authority Bill 2024 for today as ended. We will continue tomorrow. As I was saying, we set up a committee after a statement was made by the Deputy Minority Leader on what we all heard on air, a leak tape on some activities of some Ghanaians, and we set up a committee to inquire into it. Actually, we use the term investigate, and for some reason they delayed in presenting the report, but now the report is before us. It was late, distributed. It's for us now to take the decision. It's completely 1 year now. This thing happened in July 2023. We're in July 2024. But at that time, it came a matter of urgent public interest. And so I want us to take it today. And the committee, I hope the members are around to lead us in the deliberation of this matter. Yes, Deputy Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with your indulgence, you had given indication on the same matter earlier. Unfortunately, I don't see the chair. I think the business is captured on page 17 of today's order paper as motion 31. May I seek your leave for the item to be taken by the Vice Chairman in the absence of the Chair of the ad hoc committee form.
Yes, leave granted. Is the Vice Chairman around? Yes, please. May you go on to move the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Motion number 31.
Okay. Okay.
Motion number 31.
Yes, I have it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Special Committee of Inquiry into the content of a leaked audio tape of a high-ranking police officer and others in an alleged conspiracy to remove the current Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufu-Dampare, and related matters. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would pray you to kindly direct that the Hansa Department captures the report in full, whilst I give the highlights. Right Honorable Speaker, your good self caused the committee to be set up, and if you look at page 3 of the committee's report, the membership of the committee comprised the following: Honorable Samuel Atachia, Abuako Saf, Chairman; Honorable James Agalga, Bulsa North, Vice Chairman; Honorable Patrick Yao Boama, Member; Honorable Ophelia Mensah Hayford, Member; Honorable Eric Opoku, Member; and Honorable Peter Lanchini Tobu, Member. Right Honorable Speaker, Dr. Isaac Late Anan Esquire, a lawyer and human rights expert, was nominated as the 7th person to serve as a technical person to the committee. Mr. Speaker, the terms of reference of the committee were as follows: A, to ascertain the veracity or otherwise of the leaked tape; B, to investigate the conspiracy to remove the current Inspector General of Police; C, to investigate any other matter contained in the audio recording; and D, to recommend sanctions to persons found culpable where appropriate; and E, to make recommendations for reform where necessary. Mr. Speaker, at the time the committee considered its report, the standing orders of this House, dated 1st November 2000, was in force. And so we considered the report as a committee under the old standing orders before the new standing orders came into force. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I would want to refer you to Order 2115 to demonstrate that the report I am taking now was a unanimous report in terms of the voting, the consideration. Members unanimously adopted the report. It was a consensus report, Right Honorable Speaker. Order 2115 reads as follows, with your kind permission. Shall not have an original vote, but in the event of an equality of votes, he shall give a casting vote. Mr. Speaker, it is significant to bring this matter to the fore because if you go through the report, you would find that the chairman of the committee omitted, failed.
I think you started debating without presenting the report. So present the report first. When the issues arise for debate, then you can come later in.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. I've done that. Mr. Speaker, the committee's attention was drawn to questions of admissibility of the audio recordings. And at page 6 of the Mr. Speaker report, the committee found 2 audio recordings admissible and accordingly admitted them. In doing so, the committee considered the legal regime, decisions of the courts in arriving at its conclusions. Mr. Speaker, the committee evaluated evidence before it and made certain observations. And now, with your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, I will refer you to page 12 of the report, bullet point 10.2. And here the committee was called against the conspiracy to remove the current Inspector General of Police. We defined what conspiracy means within that context and concluded that regarding, and I am reading, Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, regarding the alleged conspiracy to remove the IGP to facilitate breaking of the oath by the MPP government, COP Mensah, in his testimony on 1st September 2023, stated that the current IGP is a sympathizer of the National Democratic Congress by virtue of the fact that he was an aide-de-camp to the former president, His Excellency John Evans Atta Mills. On the part of Asare, Superintendent Asare, the committee noted from his testimony on 4th September 2023 that he met with Chief Buri Nabu and discussed the possibility of replacing the current IGP, COP Mensah. With regard to Superintendent Jebi, the committee noted that he agreed to play a part in replacing the IGP by accompanying Chief Buri Nabu to the presidency to relay their sentiments. The committee concluded that Chief Buri Nabu, COP Alex Mensah, Superintendent Asari, and Superintendent Jebi indeed conspired to cause the removal of the IGP and have him replaced with a loyalist of the MPP, and acting on that, resolved to meet the president to accomplish their goal. Mr. Speaker, still on page 13, the committee dealt with election security management, its impact on free, fair, and transparent elections, national security, and the sanctity of Ghana's democracy as follows. The committee took notice of the testimonies of Chief Buri Nabu, COP Mensah, and Superintendent Asari with respect to matters concerning election security management within the context of the Ghana Police Service's election security management role, and by extension, the role of the IGP as head of the National Election Security Task Force and its implications on free, fair, and transparent elections. In evaluating the testimonies of Chief Buri Nabu, COP Mensah, Superintendent Asari, and Superintendent Jebi in respect of the attempt to conspire to remove the current IGP to allow for the appointment of an IGP capable of assisting in breaking the eight, the committee is of the considered view that should the motivation behind the witnesses' conspiracy to remove the IGP materialize, it could compromise the integrity of the election process in terms of safeguarding free, fair, and transparent election outcomes. Additionally, the testimonies of Chief Buri Nabu, COP Mensah, and Superintendent Asari in terms of the conspiracy to remove the IGP based purely on partisan considerations, as well as the suggestion of recourse to unorthodox mafia tactics in a constitutional democratic dispensation, could undermine the will of the electorate, thereby compromising free, fair, and transparent. Consequently, apart from its potential of compromising the outcome of the elections, it is the considered view of the committee that a partisan or politicized election security management regime could also undermine the sanctity of Ghana's nascent democracy. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee's attention was drawn to certain allegations of administrative injustices, and the committee took the position that those allegations on the audio recording pertaining to administrative injustices on promotions were matters that were pending before the courts and the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice, and therefore were sub judice. Consequently, the committee was unable to interrogate those matters. Mr. Speaker, allegations of extrajudicial killings were also made by one of the witnesses, Superintendent Asari. The committee extended the opportunity to Superintendent Asari to justify his claims. Unfortunately, he failed woefully to discharge the burden that he had assumed. Mr. Speaker, we made certain key findings of fact. And those key findings of fact are that, one, the first audio recording before the committee, which gained widespread public attention after going viral, full rendition of the conversations that took place among Chief Buri Nabu, COP Mensah, Superintendent Asari, and Superintendent Jebi. Two, there was a second audio recording or tape, which was a continuation of the first audio recording, which together with the first audio contained the full conversations that transpired among Chief Buri Nabu, COP Mensah, Superintendent Asari, and Superintendent Jebi. The second audio recording was provided to the committee by Chief Buri Nabu on a flash drive. Three, the testimonies of Chief Buri Nabu, COP Mensah, and Superintendent Asari authenticated the audio recordings. Four, there was an attempt by COP Mensah, Superintendent Asari, and Superintendent Jebi to conspire and cause the removal of the IGP, for which they, COP Mensah and Superintendent Asari, solicited the assistance of Chief Buri Nabu to have the President act in that regard. Five, the conspiracy by Chief Buri Nabu, COP Mensah, Superintendent Asari, and Superintendent Jebi to remove the IGP based purely on partisan considerations could undermine free, fair, and transparent elections and ultimately the sanctity of Ghana's democracy. Six, the act of conspiring to replace the IGP by COP Mensah, Superintendent Asari, and Superintendent Jebi was political, unprofessional, and an act of indiscretion as serving officers. COP members are retired in the course of the inquiry, and their actions are contrary to Regulations 82 of the Police Service Regulations 22, CI 76, and Section 17D of the Police Service Act 1970. Mr. Speaker, the committee dealt with issues of contempt and made the following findings. The committee noted that the following actions sought to undermine the authority of Parliament. Superintendent Jebi, during his testimony under oath on 13th August 2023, denied ever speaking to Chief Buri Nabu directly on his phone or on the phone of Superintendent Tesari. However, when he appeared before the committee on 10th October 2023, he changed his earlier testimony and affirmed that he indeed spoke to Chief Buri Nabu on phone. Thus, quote, and the question I quote, have you ever spoken to someone on Superintendent Tesari's phone who claims to be Buri Nabu? And the answer I gave is incorrect. I answered no, and I want to change it to yes. Superintendent Tesari also, in answering the question under oath posed by Honorable Peter Lanchini Tobo on 4th September 2023 on whether he was present when Chief Buri Nabu spoke to Superintendent Eric Emmanuel Jebi on phone, he responded in the negative. However, he changed his initial response to this question in the affirmative when he appeared before the committee on 10th October 2023. In this instance, he said, quote, Honorable Chairman, I want to change my answer to, I was there when they spoke, because that time the question was not all that straightforward, unquote. The committee is of the view that Superintendent Tesari and Superintendent Jebi appeared to have acted in contempt of Parliament, pursuant to Order 30 of the Standing Orders of Parliament 2000, as revised by Order 31F of the Standing Orders of Parliament 2004, which states that, quote, any of the following acts of conduct constitute contempt of Parliament or breach of parliamentary privilege. F. Submission of false, perverted, misleading, distorted, fabricated, or scandalous statements in Parliament or before a committee of Parliament, unquote. In this regard, the committee is of the opinion that the matter be referred to the Privileges Committee for appropriate action. Our recommendations are as follows, Right Honorable Speaker. That the House communicates its findings to His Excellency the President, pursuant to Section 19 of the Police Service Act 1970, Act 350, which vests disciplinary powers in the President to determine the appropriate action in relation to the conduct of Commissioner of Police Mensah, Superintendent Tesari, and Superintendent Jebi, who appear to have breached Section 17D of the Police Service Act 1970, Act 350, and Regulations 82(1)(c) of the Police Service Regulations 2012 CI 76, and Section 17D of Act 350, which states that, quote, it shall be a misconduct for a police officer in any activity outside his official duties, which is likely to involve him in political controversy or to lead to his taking improper advantage of his position in the police service. Regulations 82(1)(c) of CI 76 also states as follows, quote, it is a major offense for an officer to engage in an activity outside official duties which is likely to involve the officer in political controversy or II, lead to the officer taking improper advantage of that officer's position in the service, unquote. B, that the National Election Security Task Force should put in place appropriate measures to prevent the perception of manipulation of election security to influence electoral outcomes in order to ensure peace and security before the elections. This is important to assure citizens of the exercise of their franchise in a free, fair, and transparent manner to consolidate the democratic gains made under the Fourth Republic. C, that the President, in exercising the power conferred on him to appoint the IGP under Article 202(1) of the Constitution, ensures that the nomination and appointment process involves key actors and stakeholders in the security and intelligence sectors and be substantively consultative. The nomination and appointment process should also take into account the nominee's demonstrable political neutrality, proven high sense of patriotism and professional competence, combined with impeccable professional experience. Therefore, in order to safeguard the sanctity and integrity of the nomination and appointment process for an IGP, the President should ensure is devoid of politicization by power brokers, political cronies, and influence peddlers in order to engender the necessary public trust in the nominee IGP. As a corollary to the above and in relation to the appointment of the IGP, it is crucial to review or amend Article 202(1) of the 1992 Constitution and the relevant statutes and subject the nominee to parliamentary approval in order to secure the political independence and legitimacy of the office of the IGP. This is important to protect the appointment process from perceptions of partisanship and political manipulation and ultimately preserve the sanctity of the appointment process. E, in order to protect the integrity of election security management, the IGP, in his capacity as the head of the National Election Security Task Force, should manifest openness in the assignment of security personnel involved in such operations. Should such personnel be found to have behaved unscrupulously in the course of their work, including violently intimidating a voter, the Ghana Police Service or the IGP should take the necessary disciplinary actions promptly. F, the Ghana Police Service institutes regular professional training for police personnel at all levels on the legal, policy, and normative frameworks, national, regional, and international, for regulating professional and ethical policing, as well as professional dilemmas. To this end, it is recommended that the Police Council, POMAP, should work in tandem with the Ministry of Justice, the Office of the Attorney General, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, and civil society organizations. G is quite lengthy but important. Urgent steps should be taken through legislation for the establishment of an independent police complaints commission to play a watchdog role as well as ensuring accountability by providing for complaints mechanisms while ensuring and safeguarding professional standards within the service. Essentially, the Independent Police Complaints Commission, as the police ombudsman, will promote peace and security, prevent police misconduct, abuse of power, and monitor professional misconduct. H, the IGP and the Police Management Board, POMAP, should endeavor to adhere to the ethos of administrative justice, good governance, as outlined in Articles 23 and 296 of the 92 Constitution, and particularly as the Ghana Police Service is part of the Public Services of Ghana, as enshrined in Articles 191 of the 92 Constitution. I, and lastly, an urgent need for legislation to amend
Section 37(7) of CI 76, 2012, which states, an officer who attains higher academic qualifications is not entitled to promotion by reason only of that academic qualification. I quote, the proposed legislative amendment would address the legal restrictions placed on police personnel who, with the approval of the Ghana Police Service, improve their educational standards, including passing examinations that lead to membership of professional bodies. This would assist in professional skills within the Ghana Police Service, as well as improve morale of affected persons. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, the report was signed by James Agalga, the Vice Chairman, Honorable Patrick Yaubuama, member, the clerk, Ms. Janet Frimpong, signed, alongside Honorable Ophelia Mensah Hayford, member, Honorable Eric Opoku, member, Honorable Peter Lanchini Tobu, member. Mr. Speaker, the work of the committee was consensual or unanimous in the sense that the chairman did not have an original vote. Under the old standing orders, Order 2115, he only had a casting vote in the event of a tie. So throughout, we never had a tie. Esquire. Mr. Speaker, the presentation has been so detailed, but I want to avert our minds to some very few matters on the report. Administrative injustice, particularly talking about promotions, also attracted the attention of the committee. The recommendation covered so much had to do with Regulation 37(7) and the Ghana Police Service Regulation 2012 CR 76. That talks about the fact that it is not yet to until you the right to be promoted. But that gray area, we felt that it was the right thing for us to look at and direct appropriately. Right, Honorable Speaker. Let me go to the report. Some of the witnesses that we invited, in other words, the Honorable Minister for National... Mr. Speaker, we took key witnesses that included Chief Bugru Nabu, Dr. George Akufu-Dampari, the Inspector General of Police, Commissioner George Mensah, Superintendent Emmanuel Debi, and Superintendent Asari. All of them were taken both in public and in camera. And during the hearing, it came clear that there were some issues that bordered on national security. And they pleaded to let of the back if we allow them in camera, which we obliged. Mr. Speaker, in camera, what was highlighted was a matter of extrajudicial killings by Superintendent Asari. And he said all the extrajudicial killing that he mentioned, whether it was a killing on the Aflawo Road, whether it was a killing in Bole Bamboy, whether it was a killing at Botiama, whether it was killing of Nigerians at the police headquarters, we invited him to prove. In other words, support the committee. And he said he didn't have any witness. In other words, he didn't have anybody to support him, apart from one person that he mentioned the name, one ASP Jalil. Mr. Speaker, as we're getting excited to invite Jalil to the committee, Jalil wrote a letter to the committee, and if you permit me, I read. Request to invite witnesses to testify. Please accept my warm compliment. On Saturday, the 23rd day of September 2023, there was a letter with the above heading circulating on various police and social media platforms. Paragraph 2 of the said letter stated to the effect that I would be called as witness of Superintendent George Asari, who alleged that there were some extrajudicial killings by the Inspector General of Police, to testify in the ongoing parliamentary probe. I state that there has been no such arrangement or agreement to testify on Superintendent Asari's behalf, for which any such communication should be disregarded and treated with the utmost contempt that it deserves. So when we found this, the committee sat and said, let's agree on one thing. Superintendent Asari, during the public hearing, talked about extrajudicial killings. In camera, he repeated the same. We are going to give Superintendent Asari the last opportunity. If it comes and it is a hearsay evidence, we will end the matter there. Here comes Superintendent Asari, who wants to rely on ASP Jalil. And here is ASP Jalil, who has written to the committee, stating clearly, distancing himself from Superintendent Asari. And that is how come the matter of extrajudicial killings, allegedly involving the IDP, ended. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think that it is important for us to do a bit of recap regarding the recommendations. If I will just be allowed to read. H. Let me go to I. An urgent need for legislation to amend Section 37.7 of CR 76 of 2012, which states that an officer who attains higher academic qualification is not entitled to promotion by reason only of that academic qualification. Mr. Speaker, if this inquiry did not bring any relief to the police service at all, this particular recommendation has excited many. You attain higher qualification and you apply for promotion, and the police administration will tell you, go and read Regulation 37.7 of CR 76. And what does it say? Your academic qualification alone is not a guarantee for you to be promoted. But that is a gray area, right, Honorable Speaker. What is the additional requirement for me to be promoted? The law did not state that. So we made a recommendation, if the police administration can look at this, probably a review of CR 76 will do us some good. If I am allowed to conclude, right, Honorable Speaker, whatever happened was a conspiracy to remove the IDP. We all know it is the exclusive of the president. But when people make damning statements about people to paint a very good picture for somebody to be removed and another person to be replaced, the threatening issue here is to get an IDP who is MPP in blood, so that you come with some mafia tactics, so that they can break the aid. And that was a threat to national security. And I'm excited that Parliament took a serious position on the matter and commissioned this committee to inquire into the matter. If you permit me, let it suffice that the recommendations of the committee be taken seriously, and let's conclude that Ghana will never go down this lane again. If there is any way we can professionalize the appointment of the IDP to take away politicization of that office, it will do all of us some good. I'm grateful, right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. Is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Chairman of the committee, Honorable Atachia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. It is rather unfortunate that a chairman of a committee should distance himself from a report of the committee and stand on the House floor without his views being captured in a report and then talk as a member outside the committee. But I'll present some issues why I decided to disown this report. Honorable Speaker, I'm tempted to come to some conclusion that you are a very seasoned politician. And today I want to put it on record that I've never been called by Honorable Speaker that Atatia, by reason of your chairmanship, we don't want to tweak the evidence in favor of X or Y. And I thank you for being a very good speaker in that regard. I can also say on authority, now I've not been President Kufuor that is it possible for you to improvise anything so that I deal with anybody? Nobody has called me. So I'm talking on the principles of law, equity, and good conscience. Why I can never be part of what has happened and what is masquerading as a committee's report. In the first instance, Honorable Speaker, there was a very serious matter. What was a serious matter that came before the committee? It was that some Nigerians have been executed under the mango tree at the police headquarters at the instance of the current IGP. It was said on oath. That was Superintendent Asari. And what was the source of the information? Superintendent Asari says that his source of information is Jelly, ASP Jelly, who is the station manager of the police headquarters. And now he has informed him that before the individuals were shot, he took photographs of them. The committee said, well, is that all you want to say? He said, well, he said so. Honorable Speaker, it is a fact that before the committee and on oath, the self-same Asari said, Jelly, who's supposed to be an eyewitness to the execution, went to the lawyer of Asari and he was recorded. Jelly, alive and not dead, was recorded that he witnessed the killing of these 7 Nigerians. Now, if you say that what Asari said is hearsay, what about the fact that the lawyer of Asari also confirmed that in his chambers, Jelly was recorded as witnessing this? Now, Jelly said something. I was very sad that my brother decided to quote portions of what Jelly said and neglected to tell the House the full things that he said. And I would, your permission, like to quote. The man said he will not testify because of what Asari said. But this is what he's telling the committee. I want to quote the latter part. I am a citizen of Ghana and a police officer. Considering the privileges and immunities available to me under Article 121 of the 1992 Constitution, and for the betterment of the country and the police service, I have some vital information, testimonies that will assist the parliamentary committee investigating the alleged tip. I would therefore like to express my willingness to appear before the committee to testify on my own accord, the eyewitness, but not as a witness of Superintendent George Asari or any other person. I therefore pray the committee to disregard paragraph 2 of the circulating letter, a copy of which is hereby attached. So here is somebody who's been fingered as a so-called eyewitness to the extrajudicial killings of people. And the man writes and signs to a committee of parliament that I am willing to come and testify on my own steam. And then some members of the committee say, no, we will not invite a man who says he wants to come and testify regarding extrajudicial killing. Madam Speaker, I consider this as an abnegation of duty, a serious, egregious allegation of this nature. So the question is, what is the cost to the members of the committee who said Jelly should not be invited? What harm would it cost? Don't you know they've done a great disservice to the IGP for not inviting Jelly? What if Jelly came and confirmed that nothing of that sort happened? Wouldn't the name of the IGP have been hallowed? Now, there is a whole integrity deficit as to whether or not the IGP sanctioned extrajudicial killing or not. Why is this so? Because a committee of parliament evidence gathering, we wouldn't go into that matter. As if they have clairvoyance that if you call the Jelly to come and testify, something untoward will happen. Right, Honorable Speaker. I am even saddened that some people are saying that on this matter, it was unanimous. It wasn't unanimous. They put it to the vote. And I am surprised that somebody will stand here and say that they all agree. It was not so. It was only 3 of the members. And it's there. It's so clear. They said, no, you should call Jelly. It is rather, let me call their names, Honorable James Agaga, Eriko Poku, and Tobu, who said they shouldn't call Jelly. But Honorable Boama said they should call Jelly. Ophelia Mensa said they should call Jelly. And my good self said we should call Jelly.
Just hold your guns. You move the motion. You are up on your feet. Is there any point of order?
Can you turn your microphone off? Mr. Speaker, there is a misrepresentation here. When I spoke about unanimity, it had to do with the approval of this report by the committee. There was unanimity, as evidenced by the signatures of 5 of the members of the committee who had original votes, as provided for under the standing orders of the House 2000. But in respect of matters to do with the invitation to ASP Jalil to appear as a witness, we call for a division. I have the verbatim report of the committee here. And the outcome was 3-2. 3-2. So what my colleague is saying, I mean, it's a complete misrepresentation in moving the motion. I didn't say that. And he needs to withdraw and set the record straight. The verbatim report is here. I have it in my hands. When I spoke about unanimity, I was talking about the approval of the report by the committee. There was no dissenting voice. He was the only one who had issues. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have an original vote, which is a fact. So please present your facts well and accurately. No misrepresentations.
Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me quote. If there are probably challenges of meaning here, let me quote your own report to you. Page 14 of 21. The committee took notice of allegations of extrajudicial killings. The committee, made by Superintendent Asare. Consequently, the committee presented Superintendent Asare with the opportunity to substantiate the allegations. However, Superintendent Asare was unable to substantiate the allegations. This is what he said. But that was not the case. That is why I'm saying that there's a poverty about this report I'm going to expose. And please, just listen. And if you want me the space to comment on, I'll comment on everything. Right, Honorable Speaker, he is now confirmed that there was a vote. A vote on what? There was a vote that called Jali. The man who has gone to a lawyer's office and said, "Take me." That some people have been killed under the mango tree. And you blocked it on the so-called vote. So you invited us not to go and think any longer, but they use the fact that, oh, somebody hasn't gotten an original vote. We are not going to think any longer. We are going to vote certain things out. What is the basis of a committee of parliament saying, let's block the issue of extrajudicial killings under the mango tree? And let me pose a question. I am not saying it is going to find the
Honorable Member.
Yes.
Honorable Member, there is a challenge here.
Yes.
I'm looking at your terms of reference. Does it include the area you are talking about? It's part of it. No, I'm not talking about the report. the terms of reference, does it include the committee going into allegations of commission of crime which are not subject matter of the tape? Because that would be, I'm not taking any position, I'm just drawing your attention so that you can draw the house. Yes.
Reverend Speaker, it will be a wayward fishing expedition if extrajudicial killings were not on the tape. And at my level, I'll go into those matters. That is why they reported on it, because extrajudicial killings were strong on the tape. No one, about 3 of them. And that is why we took the quality decision that by reason of national security implications, let's have in-camera hearing regarding the extrajudicial killings. So the extrajudicial killing is not my invention. They were on the tape. And according to the mandate you gave us, and let me read it. Ascertain the veracity or otherwise of the leaked tape. Yes? Yes. And then also investigate any other matter contained in the audio recording. And in the audio recording were 3 levels of extrajudicial killings. One of them is the one at the mango tree. Now, my problem is this. If this honorable, if this distinguished speaker should invite us to go into matters on the tape, and on the tape are issues of extrajudicial killing, and somebody writes to you, somebody writes to the committee that I want to come and testify on the matter, even if you said it is hearsay at the level of Asari. It was testified, and the lawyer of Asari also confirmed that Jelly, who is supposed to be the witness, the eyewitness, and said he took photographs of those who were killed before they were shot, and the rest of it is alive. And then he came to my office and he said we should record him concerning the extrajudicial killing matters. And the committee of parliament should say, we will not go into the issues of the extrajudicial killings. And it was not just all the members who said so. 3 of them said so. That the issue of investigating the extrajudicial killing is inconsequential to them. What were we sitting there for? That you called us.
Just a minute. Again.
You called us to cover the evidence. Right, yes. Speaker, they shouldn't be interrupting you. So, I didn't interrupt you. We shouldn't be giving space to interrupt this man unless you have a point of order.
Honorable member, don't worry. I'm in charge. If there's any opportunity for us, our attention being drawn to orders, definitely I have to grant it. But I'll give you time to make your submissions. Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I just want to tell my senior colleague to calm down. Right, Honorable Speaker, the letter that I read, there is nowhere in this letter that says Jalil is saying he's coming to testify on the issue of extrajudicial killings. Somebody, one person, one witness, talked about extrajudicial killings. And there were about 5 different extrajudicial killings that he mentioned. Number 1, he said there was nobody who could reveal the source. Number 2, he will not reveal his source. Number 3, he will not reveal the source. Number 4, no. It was the number 5 involving Nigerians that he said he has somebody who was an eyewitness. And we said, who is that eyewitness? Jalil. And Jalil wrote this letter distancing himself from him on the extrajudicial killings. But went further to say, I am a citizen of Ghana and a police officer. Considering the privileges and immunities available to me under Article 121 of the 1992 Constitution, and for the betterment of the country and the police service, I have some vital information that will assist the parliamentary committee investigating the alleged leaked tape. He wasn't talking about extrajudicial killing in this letter. And we were not inviting witnesses all over. We were very specific. If your witness cannot come to back you, we end it there. I don't know where my senior is going.
We will not be.
Yes, please.
It is an abuse of language to say, and it's also telling the whole world, as if he knew what Jelly was going to say. Yes, he said, I want to testify on vital matters on the tape. That is what the man said. But I will not testify on the back of what Asari said. And you say you won't listen to a man, even at the threshold, a man who has petitioned a committee of parliament that he has vital information to say. So what are you afraid of? And I'm saying that if you do not know what he's going to say, why are you blocking him from coming to testify to the committee? You've done the IGP a great disservice. You've created an integrity issue so far as the IGP is concerned. Because now, lurking in the minds of people is that there have been extrajudicial killings, and then 3 members of the committee said, we shouldn't go there. So therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, you do not have any answer.
I'm listening to both of you. Whilst your position is that the Jalil was referring to testifying in connection with extrajudicial killing, the position they have taken is that, as stated in the letter, his reference was to the leak tape. He didn't mention extrajudicial killing. But he was having evidence which he wanted to testify in connection with the leak tape, not extrajudicial killing. That is the differences you people are having.
Honourable Speaker, you cannot divorce. With the greatest of respect, I've made a statement, and let's take it in context. Honourable Speaker, you see, apart from what Delhi has written, and how Asari wanted to connect Jelly as the source of the extrajudicial killing. He said he will not testify on the steam of Asari, and he's going to testify on his own accord. Why will committee say we will not listen to him? And the evidence is that evidence that went unchallenged, and the lawyer in camera confirmed that Jelly, on his own volition, came to the lawyer's office and said, and he was taped. Let me refer to the proceedings on that, Speaker. We don't want to go into all this, but if they want it, we will see that this is serious.
Honourable members, you know, this is a very serious matter, particularly when it's dealing with a sister country.
Yes.
Because of the names you are mentioning. And so we gave you the opportunity to trash out these things and come out clearly here with findings. You know, we don't want you to take individual positions of your understanding of what transpired. We wanted you as a committee to inquire, investigate, and come with findings. What I see happening now means that the committee has not actually completed its job, because you are contradicting each other. We cannot, as a house, now have the opportunity to inquire or investigate into this matter. That is why we appointed the committee to go and sit and investigate and report to us. Now, you are here disagreeing, and how will the House take a decision? Particularly, you know, it's not just a general matter to vote. You are mentioning things that are alleging criminality, and not only criminality that are within the jurisdiction of Ghana, a sister nation. Those things have serious implications.
I can tell you that we won't be here. Right now, Mr. Speaker, I've said something. I don't have malice aforethought, because all that we have to do as a committee, that let's sit and investigate it. If it's zero evidence, we have investigated it. The name of the IGP is hallowed if we investigated it. But if a committee of parliament should block the investigation ab initio, then they don't have a right to present an incomplete report.
Okay.
The report is incomplete because no investigation was done concerning extrajudicial killing.
Chairman,
no investigation. It
Chairman,
was blocked ab initio. That is what happened.
Chairman, just a minute. Where can you refer to in the report that the committee prevented itself from investigating that I'm talking about? Because I didn't hear that from the report.
That he has confirmed. He said we were outvoted because I don't have original vote. So it was a vote rather than an inquiry. The committee generated into voting rather than investigating. That is why they said we will call Jelly. Let's vote on it. So it was not anybody's will because we were called upon us to investigate a matter. But I said let's vote on it. We'll call Jelly. Because if, right now, Mr. Speaker, I've said something which is very critical. I've said...
as a very senior counsel,
yes,
you know the issue of relevance of evidence to a matter that is before you. Now, in such a situation, if the panel of judges decide to take a decision as to whether this evidence or witness will be relevant to the matter in issue, and they take a decision by vote, does that amount to preventing the court from going into the matter?
Mr. Speaker, the analogy is different because you said you are trusting 6 people to investigate a matter. 3 are saying that in relation to extrajudicial killing, in which they are appointed to an eyewitness, and an eyewitness has been recorded by a lawyer voluntarily, we shouldn't go there. And 3 of them said, we don't have to call Jelly. Jelly, who is saying that I want to come and testify, is blocked by 3 members of the committee, so that at the moment you don't have any answer as to whether or not there was extrajudicial killing. Because they didn't want to go there. They didn't want to go there.
Honorable members, just a minute. I will take 5 minutes suspension. I'll be back soon.
What do you are playing? Yeah, we go home. Yeah, look at them. What am I saying for? I am for. I'm not going to be a boy. I'm afraid I'm not here. You are running.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's very clear that the committee has not completed the job. And so I will direct that we suspend further consideration of this matter and will refer the matter to the committee, and I will call on the committee to meet me so that we can present a better report that will enable the House to take a decision. The counter accusations, allegations, and all those things has actually not created an atmosphere that the House could take a decision that will get a buy-in of the people represent. And so I direct that further deliberation of this matter be suspended. And the committee is called upon to go back to further consider this matter. And as I said, before you do so, please kindly get in touch with me. It's for good reason. It's for good reason that I've taken this decision. So, honorable members, further consideration of item 31 on the order paper is accordingly deferred. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me thank you for the decision, which clearly is a very popular decision, and also urge members that all of us should comply as the Speaker has directed. Speaker, I particularly want to commend you on the parts where you said that the committee should meet with you. And I'm sure there's a lot of wisdom in that directive. To conclude, also to appeal to my colleagues, the respected Honorable Atachia and the Vice Chairman, who I know are very good lawyers and very good friends. Let's all tread with caution. Now that the Speaker has directed, we should all be cautious with our commentaries, especially in the public domain, public space, and in the media. Let's control our emotions and also defer all other, defer other commentaries and to the Speaker. Let's give all the respect to the seat. Now that he has directed, let's all be circumspect in our subsequent commentaries in the public space, especially in the media space. I thank you, Speaker.
Sorry. member for Bole Bamboy. What is the problem?
Mr. Speaker, I listened to my Majority Chief Whip, and he is suggesting that we shouldn't make comments. But I heard him commend you for taking this decision, and I thought that we would have been given the opportunity to also commend you. Mr. Speaker, and so I want to commend you for taking that decision, which he rightly described as a popular decision. And the comment that I would have loved to add is that I am reliably informed that the chairman was invited by your good self at a point to iron out these issues, and he failed to come.
Well, that's further deliberation. That's further deliberation.
Were you part of it?
I think.
Please be careful.
Chairman.
There's no day the speaker invited me and I disrespected him.
Chairman.
You know that respect.
Chairman. Chairman. Honorable members, please. The reference to no further comment was in respect of the subject matter, not comment in respect of commending me. I'm not the subject matter. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for your intervention and to say that, to add to what the Majority Chief Whip said, that because this is a matter that is still going to be addressed and the committee is going back to work, that we all tread cautiously in our commentary to our colleagues and to the media, so we can wait for the work of the committee before we address it comprehensively, taking into account the sensitivities and the issues around it. I thank you.
Honorable members, I thank you so much. We still have some committee meetings. I have to chair 2 of them, and so we will be adjourning to committee. There are 2 urgent matters for the consideration of the House, and we have to conclude deliberations either today or tomorrow on those 2 matters. Yes, Honorable Agalga.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Ordinarily, I shouldn't be talking after my leader, but, Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to draw your attention to the fact that following the presentation...
I'm sure you are not going back to a subject matter.
No, not at all. Not at all. Mr. Speaker, a lot of commentary has been going on in the media by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I have restrained myself from responding in the media until today. And so maybe we should all be admonished to desist from debating this matter in the media until a decision is taken on the report that is before this House. Mr. Speaker, that is the humble plea I want to make.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your wise guidance. And Right Honorable Speaker, after listening to both leaders and what the Honorable Agaga has also added, Mr. Speaker, broadcasting Parliament is a special art in journalism. And I believe, based on the collective wisdom of the three contributions, you may have to give a guidance or a wise counseling to our brothers and sisters, so that all of us will be circumspect in spreading, escalating this. Because, Mr. Speaker, security matters is for good reason that we always have a close sitting when it comes to matters like this. But nobody knew we could get here. So I think a directive from you or from the chair will do us a good, like Agaga has added to what he has said.
Honorable members, I think we should end up this matter. Which critical matter?
Mr. Speaker. Oh. Well, why? Mr. Speaker, the report that is given to us is not clear. Almost all of us. And I want to know from Honorable Thatcher whether it is deliberate.
Honorable member, you are completely out of order. Completely out of order. Yes, honorable members, I will want to caution all members on this matter. This matter is of such grave consequences to not only Ghana, but also to our brotherly and sisterly countries, particularly Nigeria. And so, please desist from discussions of this matter outside the House. I also want to appeal to our brothers and sisters in the media to take into deep consideration the security implications. The lives of each and every one of us. For me, I know there's no difference between Ghana and Nigeria. Almost all of us here, when we are tracing our roots, we trace them to Nigeria, because God created us to be mobile, and man, woman were always in motion. So the blood relationship is such that we are not different at all, and we should see it as such. Please, no further discussion of this matter, and this is an appeal to the press corps, particularly those who are present here and have covered it. I know because of the new media, it has gone beyond the presence of Parliament, but it's an appeal to all. We should handle this matter with all the seriousness that it deserves. No member of Parliament should be heard or seen commenting on this matter outside the floor of this House. If my attention is drawn to it, I will exact, through the due process of law, the highest sanction that can be visited on a member of Parliament in connection with this matter. The laws are there. The Parliament Act is there. The Constitution is there. And so you can go through them and see what I mean by this. With this, we'll proceed to other items. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think a lot has been done today. Taking into consideration the time at the moment, we are entirely in your hands for adjournment.
Honorable members, I have to meet one committee. It's a special committee set up to consider some matters of interest to Parliament. And also, the Committee on Selection is to meet, and so I will proceed to adjourn sitting for us to continue tomorrow. Yes, please.
Speaker, you have just issued a very strong directive, and lots of our colleagues are not here. So, a lot of our colleagues are not here. And so, I'm sure that the directive is effective immediately. So, Speaker, I want to plead with you to ensure that leadership will reach out to our colleagues outside of this chamber so they don't comment on this matter for fear that they may attract your wrath. Thank you.
Honorable members, the sitting is accordingly adjourned till tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon. Sitting adjourned.